I just got back from the bathroom, so let me just start up Cinderella Phenomenon. There we go. Daisuke. One. There's like a whole opening here. So while that goes on, I'm going to kind of mess around with some of my settings.
A princess lives in a monochrome world, working from the side through her lonely eyes. It reflects the ocean and stars, but her cry echoes around the simple loss of love in her heart, making this whole fairy tale alive. And sorrow's tender embrace.
And those are all the guys.
Day, the only reason you have to stay.
Mm-hmm.
Hear me sing my song and just keep holding on. Cinderella, why don't you stay with me tonight? We will dance until midnight comes and we could run away. Oh, we will never ever be apart. Set aside all your fears, this magic lives inside your heart. I am here, would you wanna stay with me tonight? Follow me, we will run across the bridge of fantasy. All the pain and sadness that you feel. Believe in me, hold me close, don't ever let me go. Come and stay with me forever. Magic lives so long as I am here.
Hold on. I think I need to edit that. Also, I have this on full screen. Ah. Okay, it finally works. So I went in here earlier to mess with some of the settings, but I'm gonna mess around with them a little more. Since the music and stuff, this stuff is pretty loud. Also, apparently this has a right choice indicator, but there is an achievement where, you know, for like getting an ending without it. But I think for now I'm probably going to keep it on. But yeah, there is an achievement for reaching a good ending without using the right choice indicator. But the achievement is called Guided by Intuition. So there are 14 achievements. Most of them being the good and bad endings. So there are a few of the achievements are kind of like not based on the endings. And these are Light and Darkness, which is unlocking the locked routes because 2 of the routes are locked at the beginning. I believe you have to... So 2 are locked at the start, and you need to complete 2 of the 3 routes available at the beginning to unlock them. And there's even a recommended playing order which is Rod, Karma, Rumpel, Fritz, and Waltz. Fritz and Waltz are the two routes that are locked at the beginning. So 10 of the achievements are the endings. And Happily Ever After is for unlocking all of the good endings of all the routes. Guided by Intuition is the obtaining of a good ending without using the right choice indicator. And Never Ever After is unlocking all bad endings. But I think I'm going to have this right choice indicator enabled. I keep having this issue with my overlay being a little weird, so I might end up like glancing towards, the game, because that's kind of like where my Streamlabs is. The window my Streamlabs is on my drawing tablet, which is to the left of me. So I am turning to my left. However, y'all see me as turning to my right, because that's kind of like what it looks like on my VTube Studio. It makes me look like I'm turning to the right when I'm turning to the left. And when I turn to the right, I turn to the left. But yeah. There's also a gallery, which has nothing. There's nothing here right now. Because I have not played any of this yet. So let's begin! There's a tutorial! There's a tutorial! I'm gonna view the tutorial. Welcome to the tutorial, a quick run-through of the shortcuts and functions of the Cinderella Phenomenon. To advance through text, click the spacebar or enter. Should you miss a line or two while reading, you can always click the back button in the quick menu that is located on the upper right-hand corner of the text box. There is a limited amount of lines you can roll back to when you use this function. The shortcut for this function is page up. So it uses it's based on a 10 keyless keyboard. Luckily, that is the keyboard I have. Ho-ho! God, I'm being a little cringe. But aren't we all cringe at some point? I mean, we've all been 14 once. We've all been teenagers once. And we all know how cringe teenagers can be. Which is really fucking cringe. Yeah. I'm gonna move my microphone a little closer to the moi. Also, I put my gain to like a negative something. So hopefully, yeah, my voice is a little more even. But yeah. For the lines you have already seen, you can click the skip button to toggle the activation of skip mode. The keyboard shortcut for this function is Tab or holding Control. It does not specify which one, so I guess you can either do the one on the left or on the right. For the best experience, you can activate auto forward mode. It could also be deactivated when you advance the text manually. The text speed and time for the delay may be adjusted through settings. In-game menus, which consist of settings and save files, can be accessed by clicking on the glass slipper or simply pressing right-click. In the settings menu, you can customize your reading experience. You can also enable or disable full screen mode and the right choice indicator. This is also where you can customize the skip mode function. The settings menu lets you adjust the text speed and the time auto forward mode takes before displaying the next line. Last but not least, you can also adjust the volume. You can have up to 72 save files in the save menu. They can be loaded even while playing the story in case you need to recall the events or reconsider your choices. That concludes the tutorial. Enjoy the Cinderella Phenomenon experience. Well then. Yes. The weather. The weather is vibe checking my fucking head. Fuck. That was my headphone. I am going to grab my fucking Motrin. None of us seem to know what the fuck causes this shit to this day. Let's truly know what causes the migraines. None of us will be able to figure it out. Probably in our next 10 lifetimes. I'm kind of just being sarcastic, by the way. I've just been migraine-y for the past few days. Partially because I'm pretty sure there's a weather shift going on. The weather is being all fucky-wucky, and that's fucky-wuckying in my fucking head. Anyway, I'm going to consume my Motrin. I have acquired 4. Because that's the maximum amount I'm allowed to have. Then I have to wait a few hours to take more. Almost hard to believe I've been experiencing migraines for half of my life. I put my headphones on the wrong way. Oh. Okay. Once upon a time, in a kingdom far, far away, there were 2 crystals. One was the Crystallum Lucis, protected by the ruler of the fairies. The other was Crystallum Tenebrarum, which was watched over by the high leader of the witches. Ah yes, fellow Fae! We got Fae! The Lucis was sustained by love, happiness, and joy. The Tenebrarum by fear, anger, and hatred. The fairies and witches lived in harmony with the humans of the kingdom. They regulated the powers of the crystals in order to maintain balance between darkness and light. For there can be no joy without sadness, no courage without fear. The kingdom was at peace for a time. Then one day, a traveling bard decides to write stories, tales of the magic and wonders of the kingdom. Oh no, not a bard! We all know what happens when the bards come into play! At least if y'all have played D&D before. I know what happened. I played a bard. We named these stories fairy tales. In fairy tales, the light always emerged victorious, and true love was the usual reward. The fairy tales spread further than could have been predicted. The humans of the kingdom began to believe that fairy tales were true, and that the magic of the witches was inherently wicked and cruel. Ah yes, propaganda! The witches became hated and feared. Oh boy, who could have anticipated that? Who would have anticipated? Eventually, they were hunted like animals. The witch hunt. The high leader of the witches, in all of her anger, created the fairy tale curse. You think we are wicked, so be it. Just as you have taken our happily ever afters, we shall take yours. The witches used the fairy tale curse to attack humans indiscriminately, ultimately throwing the kingdom into chaos and darkness. The ruler of the fairies, the Lucy Sparer, sought to regain peace. But the witches were blinded by their hatred for humans, who were responsible for the witch genocide. Ah yes, genocide. Indeed. A terrible war, the Great War, began. Eventually, the Tenenbaum wearer, the high leader of the witches, was finally defeated. The Tenenbaum was lost. Peace was restored, and the light once again triumphed. But darkness can never fully disappear. It waits in the shadows, patient for when its time will inevitably return. Oh! If I can type it correctly. There we go. Prologue, Ice Princess. My name is Skelly Riella Britton, daughter of King Gennaro Hoberson III. I am the crown princess of the kingdom of Angiel. At least that was who I used to be. But that was before yesterday, when I became the victim of the infamous fairy tale curse! Everyone has forgotten my birthright. Now I am nothing more than a lowly peasant. I feel like I am stuck in a nightmare. But no, this is my reality now. I still have no idea what I must do to break the curse. I close my eyes and remember that day. It started out like any other day. Have you heard? Another person was cursed. Ooh. I am on my way to the dining hall for breakfast when I stop and listen to the sound of hushed voices. There are two maids standing next to each other with brooms in hand. These two are slacking off again. That's terrible. What fairy tale curse was it? They said it was Pinocchio! Ah yes, Pinocchio! The man who wants to become a real boy. Pinocchio, the fairy tale with the lion boy whose nose grows longer? That's awful! You know, more and more people have been getting cursed lately. You think those wicked witches are up to something again? But didn't y'all genocide them? I thought the fairy tale curses would stop after you-know-who was defeated. You two were at work? Don't talk! Oh god! Oops. We're sorry, Your Highness. This can only be expected from the likes of them. Well, hopefully you get some character development. Another fairy tale curse. The fairy tale curse started spreading even before the Great War began. I don't have much interest in its effects even now. After all, most humans probably deserve to get cursed. The victims are weak. And GL would be better off without the dead weight. If it were up to Mother, the curse would have been banished from and showed the instant they fell prey to it. But Mother is not here anymore. And she will not come back, ever. Princess, the king and queen are waiting in the dining hall. I am on my way. The king, Ophelia, and Rod are all present in the dining hall. Someone is conspicuously missing, but I ignore their absence. Good morning. Hello, Father. I see we got your eyes. Good morning, Your Majesty. Good morning. I guess that is our evil stepmother. Silence. Oof, Ophelia. Ophelia went hidden and solve. Every day I wonder why my father the king married a lowly baker. This MC is entitled as hell. She could never be a true queen, for she pales in comparison to Mother. I take my seat next to the king and then look up at the person sitting opposite me. Rod Benedict Widdensov, my stepbrother. Oh God, we have a stepbrother! I like to mention that I've never had, like, step-family, really. Actually, that's a lie. I do have step-family. But, you know, on my dad's side, because, you know, my grandma had divorced my grandpa and married my step-grandpa. He's dead now. He was a bad person. And I'm not going to talk about my step-uncles because they're also bad people. He is 2 years my junior and is the younger of Ophelia's children. He is mute and uses a plush buddy to voice his thoughts. Ayy! Nonverbal, ayy! It was apparently given to him by a fairy. Silence. He minds his own business and it is easy to deal with. But his older sister... My eyes go to the empty seat beside him. She is probably the most infuriating person I have ever had the displeasure of knowing. Oh! I'm so sorry I'm late. I was reading it and forgot the time. And here she is. Good morning, dear father, mother. Good morning, Rod. And good morning to you, Sketty. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it? She seems pretty cheerful. Emily and Widdensov, Rod's elder sister and my stepsister. She acts as if we are blood, as if she too were born a princess. As if she could be crowned princess, perhaps steal my place. I will never let that happen, but it eventually happens, probably. After some character development. Unless, now that everyone's here, let us begin. Butlers glide inside with silver trays to carefully serve us breakfast. So, Emily, you were reading that in the fairy tale books that the king brought you? Oh yes, there are so many and they are all so wonderful. Thank you so much, Father. I'm happy that you like them. I love them! It's so strange that the library didn't have any of them to begin with. That's because Mother hated them. She had all the books burned! Holy shit! But why? There are such charming stories. Fairy tales misled humans into believing they can have things they do not deserve. Fame, riches, love, happily ever afters. And when their wishes do not come to fruition exactly as they want them to, the humans blame the witches for granting them in the first place. What are you implying about the witches? The atmosphere shifts, the air in the room growing heavy. I continue to eat. Perhaps witches are not responsible for the evil in the world. Perhaps humans are the cause of their own downfall. Have you any idea what you are talking about, child? Oof. Witches have caused nothing but pain and suffering to this kingdom. Even now, they still spread the fairy tale curse to our innocent subjects. The truth is, I know very little about the time the witches had free reign over NGL. I was very young then, and Mother forbade me to leave the palace, sometimes even my room. I know nothing of the people's supposed pain and suffering. Well, that explains the MC's behavior! Mother kept me away from everyone. And so I cannot bring myself to care. How do you know the cursed are innocent? Our people have been toiling day and night to rebuild NGL after the Great War. Our people are the kingdom's foundation, and I am endlessly grateful for their determination and resolve. Every day I wonder what her mother taught you about. Leave Mother out of this? Oof. Dear, please. Skelly, darling, your father didn't mean to. I'm not one of your children. I do not need your sympathy. Oof. Skelly, you will show your mother respect. She is not my mother. I set down my fork and knife and stand up. I am done. Excuse me. My father and I have never got on, but our relationship has to... Hello, camper. How are you? I am playing a game that requires me to narrate. Now I am remembering why I haven't done any Ultimate Fridays in a long time. My throat is starting to hurt. Because your girl got asthma. This is why I don't yap a lot. My poor throat. Well, at least I have a whole bunch of water with me.
Hello there.
But thank you for following. I hope you're doing well. I need to redo the follow thing. But anyway, I'm going to continue narrating. My father and I have never got on, but our relationship has significantly worsened since he married the baker. That's okay, you like chill and cozy vibes? Yeah. But your girl gotta narrate. But I'll probably like take a small break in a bit. Probably like once I'm done, once the prologue is done. And at the very least, to like do an intermission and like rest my poor little throat and vocal cords. Because I am not used to talking for a very long time. Like, even when I did the video for my senior project, like, 3 years ago, well now, I literally recorded all the stuff in parts. Like, I recorded each paragraph separately. But anyway, I am going to continue narrating the story. My father and I have never got on, but our relationship has significantly worsened since he married the baker. My father, the king, it has been 17 years and I have never felt any love from him. He treats Emmeline and Rod, who only entered our life 1 year ago, like his own children. Well, 'cause he's the dad that stepped up. Better than he has ever treated me. This has been my life ever since Mother passed away 4 years ago. Mother was the only one that was there for me when no one else was. If it wasn't for the accident during the Great War, she would still be here. Why the sour face so early in the morning, princess? Who's this? Who the hell is this? Let me guess, it's the king, the queen, or Princess Emmeline. Or is it all of them? Yes. This guy. Who is this guy anyway? Fuck. I ignored his question. Prince, what are you doing here so early? Yes, so this is one of the guys whose routes we cannot unlock until later. I'm running some errands for my father. Fitzgerald Aidan Leverton, son of the highest knight of the Order of Caldera. His father, Sir Alcaster, has served the royal family for many years. Sir Alcaster is one of the king's most trusted advisors. What is the king without advisors, anyway? Or like any royalty or monarch. 3 years ago, Fritz was assigned the honor of becoming my personal knight. His presence is the only company I can tolerate nowadays. Oof. I should wait in the throne room then. Thank you! I see, he has the sword. Princess? Yes? You know, I haven't seen you smile once since I met you! Oh, God! Why is that of any importance? What if I just have a resting bitch face? Still, I hope to see you smile one day, Princess. Nope. Well, I won't take up more of your time. I'll see you at 10. 10? Don't tell me you've forgotten! Yes. Me and my shitty-ass memory. Forgotten what? You're going to town today, remember? I deflate as the realization dawns upon me! It's been 2 days since the king issued the order. Oh? Scully, I would like you to accompany Emma Elaine to one of her town outings. Oh, God. Surely you could send maids with her instead. I would not have requested you to accompany her if I was going to send her with her maids. Oof. I want you to make an effort to get along with your sister. Stepsister. She is your sister and you will treat her and Rod as if they were of your blood. 2 days from now, you are going to accompany Emmeline outside. It has been 4 years since you last left the palace. Ever since then, you have locked yourself away. You barely leave your room. NGL was in the grip of war back then, but now the kingdom is safe and back to its former glory. I want you to see how beautiful NGL really is. Skelly, a princess must know her kingdom. Indeed I will. Go with Emma Elaine, and she'll show you the town that you've only ever seen through your windows. Is that in order? If it needs to be. Alright. Ain't got much choice anyway. Are we clear? Sketty. Understood. Wakarimashita. Last time you left the palace was 4 years ago when the king took me to check on the people after the Great War had ended. I shake my head, removing myself from the memory. I am safe here. Princess, are you alright? Silence. It won't be that bad. The townsfolk are good people. How can you be so sure? Silence. Times have changed, people change. That is precisely the problem. Oof. Mother never changed. Mother loved me until the end. Sometimes change is for the better, Princess. I think you'll see that today. If you'll excuse me, I shall see you later. Delora? Oh, this must be one of the fairies. Delora. Do you think witches are capable of bringing back the dead? Oh, God. I wish you could talk to me, you and the others. My dolls are my only friends. They are the only ones I could trust. So that is a doll. Unlike humans, they will never betray me. They will never hurt me. They will always be there for me. The moment I saw Delora, I knew she was special. She was different, so elegant and realistic, it was almost as if she was breathing. She was a gift from the king on my 17th birthday. I only started receiving dolls from him when Mother passed away. Mother does not believe in birthday celebrations! Oh. Yeesh. That is a bit of a yikes. No birthday celebration? Not even like a simple happy birthday? I mean, I don't really celebrate my birthday all that much nowadays, but that's kind of because, you know, adulthood and the fact that I don't really have a lot of friends in person I can celebrate with. And that's happening on Sunday! But yeah. I'm probably gonna stream on my birthday, by the way. I don't know when it'll be, but probably like my usual streaming time. But I do plan on doing something on my birthday with y'all. I'm gonna go sip my water. But every year at midnight, a letter would appear under my door. It would contain instructions leading me through the palace on an adventure to a room filled with gifts, cakes, and sweets. A child's dream. I had been fascinated by the dolls, which had always held a little greeting card. A card with the words, "I love you," on it, signed by M. So she did technically celebrate, but just in her own way. The card would tell me to keep those celebrations a special secret, but I didn't need to be told that. Mother always found a way to show me she still cared. In her own way. The secret celebrations had stopped as soon as she had disappeared. Yes? Excuse me, Your Highness, the king has requested your presence. This better not be another lecture! Tell him I am on my way. I will see you later, Delora. Oh. Good morning, Your Highness. Sir Mithros? Sir Mithros, the royal advisor. He certainly looks like one. Father trusts him a great deal, just like he does Sir Alcaster. Every day you look more and more like your mother. I sometimes find Sir Mithros talking to Mother's portrait when he thinks no one is looking. He must have admired her a lot, but I can't bring myself to think highly of him. There is something about him that puts me on edge. He's a sussy baka! That's why. He's the sussiest of bakas. That was probably a weird thing to say, but I'm just gonna double down and say, hey, that's just what happened when y'all observe me. Sometimes you just gotta say something weird. Because sometimes that's how you kind of like find people. Sometimes you gotta say weird things and find people who match your freak. But I'm gonna actually save. There's something about him that puts me on edge. Are you on your way to see the king? I shall not keep you then. Until our next meeting, dear princess. And he walks away! Your Majesty. Skelly, are you ready? You will enjoy this, Skelly. I've heard the toy shop has lovely dolls. This will be good for you. You will get to know your sister better, and you will be able to interact with and learn about the people of the NGL, about our subjects. I will not learn anything I don't already know. Why do you always believe that the people around you are incapable of good? Because I've seen how quickly people will betray and manipulate each other to get what they want. Mother warned me about human nature. You do not see clearly, Skelly. If you would only open your eyes, you would be able to see how good people really are. I believe I am already quite capable of seeing the true nature of people. After all, I have seen that there is no good in you! Yeesh! Yikes! Oh boy! Talk about daddy issues! Skelly, where were you when I needed you 4 years ago? Where have you been ever since? Back then, I'd been overflowing with grief and pain. I had just lost Mother, my entire world. I hoped that maybe then he would have shown me love and compassion. Even just a hug to let me know someone was there. It had been a childish hope I had been left alone. I did not see him for months, had barely heard his voice. You cannot rely on anyone but yourself. You cannot trust anyone but yourself. This is what you have taught me, Your Majesty. I know that I've hurt you. I know that there is nothing I can do to atone for what I've done. But please, Ophelia and her children are not part of that. They do not deserve to be hated. In the end, they still don't matter more to him than I ever did. Enough, I already said I will go. Everyone's waiting outside. I shudder at the thought of leaving the palace after so many years. It will be okay. How can you be so sure? Thank you for agreeing to accompany Elange. I will not disobey an order from the king. Excuse me? Hello, can I help? Viorica! Princess Elange, how good to see you. I trail Elange, ignoring her as she embraces her friend. I glance around the small shop. The dolls displayed are nowhere near the quality of the ones in my room. I cannot understand why Elange insisted she buy gifts for her friends here. I cannot believe I am outside the palace. Oh, she's in a cloak. There's no need to be so tense, Princess. I would never let anything happen to you. Your only job is to relax and enjoy yourself. Who asked the impossible of me? Ah, yes. Congestion. 'Twas inevitable. Because of my fucking allergies. At least we are in the winter. Frowdy. There's no need to be formal, Viorica. I'm still the same as I was. Oh yes, Rod's come along as well. It's been a while, Viorica. It's good to see you again. And too, Rod. And I must introduce you to Her Highness the Crown Princess Skelly. Oh! Look on Viorica's face as he takes a step back from me is all too familiar. Fear. My apologies for being so rude, Your Highness. Good morning. Oh. Ah. And this is Sir Fitzgerald, Sir Alcaster's son. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. Oh, you're Sir Fitzgerald? You really are as handsome as Emily Jane described in her letter. I'm sorry. Oh, please don't mind her, Sir Fitzgerald. I'm sorry, Emily. Right. So, what brings y'all all the way here? Oh, I'm here to get some toys, gifts for some new friends. Toys from here? Are you sure? Of course I am. I cross my arms. I'd prefer we finish this errand as quickly as possible. Oh. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Oh, Rod is annoyed. Princess, I can barely breathe in here. I just want to go back to the palace. Hoopst! Good morning. Oop. Up until this point, I have always considered Mother to be the fairest beauty in the land. The lady that walks in proves me wrong. Her beauty is mesmerizing and clearly without peer. Everyone in the shop is openly staring. Oh, you're early today, ma'am. I have some important errands to run later today. Are the items ready now? Oh, of course, let me go and fetch them for you. I'll be just one moment, Elaine. Why is she smiling at me? Here you are, ma'am. Thank you. There she goes. Ah, that lady was beautiful. Gorgeous redhead. Right? Any girl standing next to her becomes hopelessly ugly by comparison! Who is she? She's new around town. Some say that she's a fairy. A fairy? Fairies have saved Angiel from the witches 4 years ago. Everyone considered them our saviors. And yet the fairies are still unable to stop the fairy tale curse from spreading. Here you go. Thank you so much. No, thank you, Viorica. I hope to drop by again soon. Good, I'll look forward to seeing you again. I hope to see you again soon as well, Rod. Likewise. Leaving the palace was a bad idea! While I am out, I am the center of attention. Some townsfolk point and stare at me. Most, however, make a point of avoiding me. Like I am the plague? Like the bubonic plague or another plague? There are some spiteful stares, but thankfully none are nearly as intense as they were 4 years ago. I'm sure the townsfolk are only surprised to see you again after so many years. Right. Fritz and Ron lag behind us, which leaves only Emma Lange walking beside me. I cannot decide which is worse. The staring or her company. Oh, Skelly, look, a street performance. It's been so long since I last watched one. Street performance. Good day, everyone! My name is Walt, and I'm here to spread some happiness and magic! The boy named Walt snaps his fingers and colorful flower petals start to rain down from the sky. Isn't that pretty, Skelly? And are those the princesses over there? It is an honor to have you in attendance. Please accept this humble gift. He snaps his fingers and white lilies appear in his hand. Oh, thank you! Oh! The boy looks at me as if expecting some kind of reaction. When he gets nothing from me, he sighs and gives me a wry smile. I hope to see you again during my next show. We'll definitely try! He gracefully bows before moving back into his arena to perform more magic tricks for a gathering crowd. There are performers like this all around Angiel. I love them. Maybe someday we'll get to see some musicians too. Those are my favorite. I do not intend to leave the palace again. Ooh. But you don't like it out here? Rod and I grew up here. I love Angiel, and this is my favorite part of the kingdom. Ah, shit. I wanted to share this with you, Skelly. I know you didn't really want to come, but you still tagged along. That means a lot to me, so thank you. Evelyn's kind of reminds me a bit of me. Like, kind of like a bit of her personality from what some people perceive of me, and have told me how they perceive of me. I did not do this for you. I am only here because the king ordered me to go with you. I just want us to be closer. I would like to try and be your friend. I do not want or need your friendship. Oop. No matter how you act around me, we are not and will never be sisters. I'd take care to remember that if I were you. But oh no, she's crying. Oh no. Rod suddenly grabs my hand, pulling me away from Emelange. Stop. He's staring daggers at me. I think this is the first time I've ever seen him angry. Rod, don't let me go. Both of you ought to stay away from me. I feel the heavy atmosphere as I turn to look at the people staring at us. Their expressions mirror the looks of disdain I saw years ago. Anger, disgust, hatred. I begin to walk away. Princess, wait. Don't follow me. Princess. I adjust my cloak, making sure my face is hidden from view. I should have never left the palace. As I walk around, I watch the people bumbling down the streets. So carefree. They work so hard for so little reward. They could work their entire lives and never have a fraction of what I have. And yet, they are happy. And I heard Anise lost her job at the palace? It's true, Crown Princess Skelly made sure the poor girl was fired. I stopped in my tracks at the mention of my name. Not again. Anise? Was that the name of the one maid that tore Delora's dress? If so, my decision to fire her was justified. A palace maid cannot be clumsy. Why would I tolerate poor performance? What did I do that was so wrong? I know that Anise, hardworking and big-hearted, very good with medicine. Shame she lost her job so quickly. You know how hard the Crown Princess is to please. My friend at the palace says she doesn't even smile, only goes around with that cold look on her face. That's probably why they call her the Ice Princess. Ice Princess, so all those times I heard the servant saying that, I always suspected they were talking about me. She's the complete opposite of our Princess Melange. That child is an angel. We all know she should be Crown Princess. The noise begins to simmer inside me. I cannot stand here anymore, so I walk away. Ever since Melange entered my life, I am always being compared to her. And now I have become second best. I am Skelly Riella Breton, daughter of King General Breton III and the Crown Princess of the Kingdom of Angiel. I am of royal blood. She is nothing. There you are! Princess, you must come back with me. It is getting too late for you to remain outside. Princess? Are you alright? Are you hurt? I brush him off and turn away. No need to fuss, let us return to the palace. Leaving the palace was physically and mentally draining. My bed is welcoming to my unusually heavy body. I turn my head and meet Delora's glassy gaze from where she sits on my shelf. I left the palace today, Delora. It was the same as all those years ago. Everyone looked at me like I was... What have I ever done to deserve those looks? How can I be so hated? Ice Princess. I wish Mother was here. I look at the smiling faces of my dolls. At least I still have all of you. I yawn and stretch my arms. Good night, Delora. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Seeing, but who? Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. I blink my eyes open only to see Delora sitting right in front of me on my bed! Moonlight spills across her delicate features. How I wonder what you are. She's possessed! Wasn't she on the shelf with all the other dolls when I went to bed? Laura? It's almost time. What? I pinch my cheeks to make sure I am not dreaming. It hurts. Only 10 minutes before the clock strikes 12. What? What? loud! I hope you're ready, princess. What? My doll just turned into a human? How? Who are you? You know who I am. I've been watching you since the day your father gave me to you. What's happening? I don't think I've ever been so confused in my life. All the answers will come with time, but right now I'm here to give you something, princess. A fucking curse! Is this Cinderella's very own glass slipper? It is beautiful, too beautiful. Then a realization begins to dawn upon me. You're a witch! Smart girl, I knew you'd figure that out eventually. So we're being cursed. Now it's time to say goodbye to your precious crown. What? Sweet dreams, Cinderella. Oh boy. So I'm going to do an intermission here because my throat kind of hurts a little bit. So yeah, I'm gonna rest my throat. I like walk around a little bit. And yeah, I shall return in a few minutes. Awa? Abek? Ebodan yan? Let us begin. Hey, wake up, girl! Huh? Where am... Ow, my head! You have some nerve sleeping in front of my shop. Leave before a customer sees you. I was in my room. How am I here? Did you not hear what I said, you filthy child? Filthy? Who speaks to your crown princess in such a manner? If you're the crown princess, then I'm the queen. You must have been knocked on the head quite hard to have such grand illusions. I am not delusional. I am Cinderella Phenomenon, blood daughter of Queen Gennaro Bertin III and the crown princess of Angel. Right, the king never had a daughter with that witch? Is she referring to mother? Witch? Don't pretend to be stupid. I can only stare at her puzzled. Our good king only has stepchildren, Princess Emalange and Prince Rod. And you are most definitely neither of them. What? Now get gone before you go spouting your crazy gibberish at my customers and scare them away. With a huff, she leads me to my own rapidly turning thoughts. I quickly realize that I am wearing tighter clothes and I do not even have shoes on. Oops! No, no, no. This can't be happening. Something shines against my chest and I reach up to grab it. This is... It all floods back. Dolora being a witch. Cinderella's glass slipper. This is not a dream. Dolora gave me the fairy tale curse! My hands begin to tremble. I must return to the palace to speak with the king. Let me in! Sorry, girl, but this place is off limits to uninvited guests. You do not understand. I am the crown princess Cinderella Breton. I must speak with my father. As often I am to call him that, I have to. No one will believe me if I am addressing him by title. You best leave now, nice and quiet, before we have to force you. If you would only make way for the king. The gates swing open and 3 horses trot out. Soldiers ride 2 of the horses while the last horse has a different familiar rider. Father! I immediately move to block the path of his horse. The soldiers move to hold me back. Your Majesty! What is this? Your Majesty, this girl is claiming to be your daughter. Daughter? Both of my stepchildren are in the palace right now. But even father's part of this. 'Cause you've been cursed! Father, you must help me. A witch has cursed me. For once in your life, just help. Help me. You must believe in me. Tell me, where's your family, child? Why are you all alone? He looks at me with pity in his eyes. He's looking at me more kindly as a peasant than he ever did when I was the crown princess. And his daughter. I recoil. You must be hungry. Take this. This should feed you and your family for a day or 2. The kingdom offers work opportunities for those who need them. Please let your parents know. I don't want your pity, Father. Please escort this girl back to her home. Make sure she gets there safely. At once, Your Majesty. I watch as my father and his 2 guards ride away on their horses, leaving me to stand in their dust. He left me alone. Again. Where's your home, girl? There's nowhere left for me to go. Father has forgotten me. Leave me. Now look here, our orders were to leave me alone. Oof. See yourself. Can't say we didn't try. Don't cause any more scenes, little girl. I watch with bleary eyes as the soldiers return to the palace. How can this be happening? I stare at the small pouch in my hands. I I don't know what hurts more. The fact that I've just been unceremoniously paraded away from my home like I am nothing more than a piece of garbage. Or the fact that my own father does not recognize me. Oh, look at that girl's hideous dress! How difficult it is to be poor. It's currently 8 p.m. Oof. I clutch the pouch closer to my chest as I run to an empty alley. I huddle in a corner trying to become as small as possible. I squeeze my eyes shut, hoping that when I next open them, everything will be back to normal. A dream? No matter what happens, you must not leave the palace. Why? Almost a whole week and you have yet to adjust to the time zone. Oof. I'm doing quite well. My birthday is on Sunday. I plan on going to the store tomorrow to kind of like get some stuff. The world is cruel. People will only ever hurt you. But they are always so nice to me. It is only because you are the crown princess. They will only ever think of what they can take from you. Yeah. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah. I also find it kind of hard that I'm turning 21 soon. I'm trying to protect you, my love. That is why you must never leave the palace. Never leave, mother. I'm the only one who will ever love you so much. That sounds manipulative. Do you understand? I understand. Chapter 1! The Aftermath! Hold on. When I open my eyes, I'm still on the streets. I must have fallen asleep. But the nightmare continues. I am cold in my rags. I hold myself for warmth, willing some of the cold away, but I fail. My feet are numb and in pain, caked in the dirt I have gathered from walking barefoot around town. Well, there's a frightful sight. Beggar probably thought she could try her luck with the nobility that live around here. Just look at how ragged she looks. Oop. What are you looking at? At two women that lack the basic manners of a noble upbringing. Besides, girl, do you know who you're talking to? No, and I don't care. Oop. What nerve? Let's just go. There's no reason to stoop to a commoner's level. I will remember you, and once I break this curse, I will make you regret your words. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze. I've become acutely aware of the fact that I have not eaten anything for almost a day. I have been sitting here thinking on the new mess that is my life. But moping around will not break my curse. Crying will not help either. I should find that witch first, but how? I have no idea where she is. Delora. I swear I will make you regret doing this to me. When I find you, I will find food first. Is this all the king thinks I'm worth? Leave, girl. A dirty peasant like you has no place in this restaurant. But why? I can pay. Find another place? You're scaring away my customers? Oof. Am I not a customer? Shoot, there's nothing for you here. He just swatted me away like a fly. The nerve. Sensing that this will get me nowhere, I ball my hands into fists and walk away. I get the same treatment at the next 3 restaurants I try. I am treated as something less than dirt, like my money has no real value. I am the crown princess. They have no right to turn me away like this. I have been eating stale bread, anything to keep the hunger at bay. The bread barely helps. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice a small bakery. There are croissants on the display that make my mouth water. Slowly, I begin to make my way over there. Ow! My feet ache with every step. They look and feel even worse than before. If only I had enough coins for a pair of shoes. The food is more important. If the rags I am wearing and the pouch of money are all that I have, then I need to prioritize. And I will decide before I beg. 2 croissants? No need to pay, girl. There are no free handouts here. I take a coin from my pouch and hand it to her. This should be more than enough. The shop owner stares at the coin before reluctantly taking it. She hands me 2 croissants in a paper bag. I will not ask where you got those coins. Are you implying that I sold them? How else would a beggar like you who get that amount of coin? I'll be off with you, child. I won't have you scaring away any other customers. Without another word, I turn to start to walk away from the woman. So this is the goodness of the people of NGL. I take a bite out of the croissants, cringing a little at the dryness. Hey girl, what now? We saw you at that shop. Want to share how you got your coins there? Excuse me. Look at her, brushing us off like she's royalty or something. Let me go. You ain't no better than us. Now be a good girl and hand over the pouch. The man on my left grabs at my pouch and attempts to yank it away from me. I will not let these brutes take anything from me. I elbow the man in the stomach and aim a kick at the other man's shin. I have an opening and I take it. What? I pull myself free and begin to run as fast as I can. Hey! Where do I go? I am not familiar with these streets at all. It's highly likely I'm just going to hit a dead end. I'm gonna go left. I can't let the pain in my feet or my exhaustion stop me. If I stop now, they will definitely catch me. And taking my coins might not be the worst thing they do. A dead end. Nowhere left to run now? What do I do? Oh, who are you, gentlemen? This is definitely not how you treat a lady. Huh? Who's there? A shadow looms above us. Before I can blink, a person has jumped down in front of me. His body acts as a barrier between the 2 men and me. Oh! It's them! Who are you? Oh, me? Just a passing gentleman concerned about a damsel in distress. He turns to the men, his expression calm, his eyes flashing dangerously. Now, shall I teach you gentlemen a lesson? He's got a sword! What? Come back here, you coward. The 2 of us can take him. I think your friend has the right idea. I'm not the type to show mercy. This is way too much trouble for a little gold. Are you alright, my lady? You found her! Waltz, eh? The boy from yesterday? A little slow, aren't you, kid? Don't call me that! These 2 know each other? I don't even know what's going on anymore. I feel ill. My head is pounding and my feet feel simultaneously like they are frozen and on fire. So this is basically about a curse called the fairy tale curse. You basically the curses are based on fairy tales like Cinderella. Hence why this name is called Cinderella Phenomenon. Our protagonist used to be the crown princess, but then she got cursed by a witch who was disguised as one of her favorite dolls. And now nobody remembers her as the crown princess. And now she has to find out a way to undo the curse. My stomach rumbles, the hunger coming back with a vengeance. My body feels light. Princess! Princess! Lady Parfait will be able to help her. You're right, we need to move now before anyone sees us. Yeah. I made the right choice! The crystal on the upper right corner indicates that you have made the right choice for a particular love interest. Each color corresponds to a certain love interest. They also appear belatedly after you make a choice, so keep your eyes and ears open. Hang in there, princess. Everything is fading. A dream? What is that in your hand, Skelly? It was hurt. I just wanted to help it, but it died. It's all my fault. It's not your fault, my love. It died because it was weak. But this is the world, Skelly. Only the strong survive. The weak get cast aside to die. You are not weak. You are strong, my crown princess, and you do not cry. Now wipe your tears. I don't want to see you cry again. Do you understand? Yes. Now get rid of that thing and wash your hands. Do you not hear me, child? Yes, mother. Alright. Oh, you're awake. Where am I? This isn't my room. Your hand flies to your chest where the little glass slipper hangs from my neck. Still here. Are you okay, miss? This girl is the maid that tore Delora's dress. The one I fired for her clumsiness. Miss? Think that I would meet her again here like this? Leave me alone. Right, of course. Here's some salve I made for you. It'll help with the pain. Now what? Haven't thought at all, have you, Ice Princess? It's fucking Delora! The one who gave us the curse. You. Suddenly, there she is. Delora stood before me with a snide smile, looking happy with herself. She is the cause of everything I've been through. All the pain, heartache, and hunger. It's all her fault. I try to stand thinking to give the witch a piece of my mind, but as soon as my feet touch the floor, pain shoots up my legs. I end up falling back to the bed. Ow! You should be more grateful to the girl you just scared away. She's been taking care of you for the past 2 days. 2 days? I've been passed out for 2 days. I'm suddenly vibrating with anger. Remove the curse. Now. Ha! Do you think you can just command me to remove the curse in your best princess voice? What do you want? Gold? What I want is worth more than all the gold you could summon in NGL, princess. Besides, haven't you read your fairy tales? The caster cannot take a curse back. You need to focus on breaking the curse yourself if you want your life back. Mother burned the books before I could read more than 1 or 2 of them. I don't think either involved curses, just genies and trading away your voice for legs. Ah, it's good that you're awake, princess. Parfait, should you really be up and about? Don't fuss, I'm feeling much better. Are you a witch as well? Oh no, my name is Parfait and I'm a fairy! A fellow fae! Yay! More of the fae! Silence. A witch and a fairy in one room being friendly with one another? Impossible! Oh, look at her face. You weren't expecting that at all, were you, princess? What's going on? I'm sure you have many questions, princess. How do you know I am the princess? Don't be silly. She's a fairy. Of course she knows. I promise we'll do our best to answer your questions. I don't even know where to start. What would you like to know? I'd like to know why I was cursed. But first... Seriously? You're going to ask that? I wouldn't have asked if I knew the answer. You have such a temper on you. Very well, this one's got a simple answer. It's because you're a cold-hearted, cruel, wicked princess who deserves to be punished. Yeah, makes sense. Delora, a curse is the only way to force you to change your horrid ways. Delora, you could have put that more nicely. I'm pretty sure I was already being nice. Change? Why do I need to change? Are you completely unaware of how heartless you are to other people? The coldness you show to your stepfamily and your father? The way you treat Princess Emalange? Why would they need to be treated any differently? You need to prove that you have some goodness in you, Princess. Some smidge of kindness. Why? People only show you kindness when they want something from you. The instant they get what they want, they'll just throw you away. Ain't that toxic? What else would you like to know? What happens if I don't break the curse? I think you'll know the answer to that one already, Princess. What else would you like to know? How do I break the curse? The necklace you got is one of Cinderella's glass slippers. To break the curse, you must get the second slipper, complete the pair. And how do I do that? By doing 3 good deeds. What? It's a very easy thing to do! At least for someone who knows how to be good. 3 good deeds, what does that even mean? I wouldn't even know where to start. Take heart, Princess. Goodness is innate in everyone. Are you sure that's the case with this one? Dora, you're not helping! I'm a witch and I think I have more goodness in my big toe than she has in her entire body. Now you're just being mean! For every good deed you accomplish, you will get a piece of the glass slipper. When you've gotten all 3, you'll complete the pair and the curse will break. Simple. I suggest you start by polishing that attitude of yours. What else would you like to know? Why are you two working together anyway? To answer that, we'll have to give you a bit of a history lesson. Oh, I've got this. Once upon a time, in a kingdom far, far away, there were 2 crystals. Dramatic aside, there is one crystal in the kingdom called the Crystallum Lucis. It is powered by happiness and love. The other is called the Crystallum Tenebrarum, powered by fear and anger. The strongest of the witches is the Tenebrarum bearer. The strongest of the fairies is the Lucis bearer. Parfait is the Lucis bearer. I take in Parfait's frail and sickly appearance. She is the strongest fairy? The Great War greatly damaged me. My powers are a fraction of what they used to be. And with no child, I have no successor to my burden. What does the bearer do? The bearers regulate the energy of the crystals and keep the balance between darkness and light. For centuries, the fairies and witches lived in harmony with the humans of the kingdom. Until a certain human decided to be a pest. Who was he? I knew him as Hans Gabriel Grimm. He wrote the fairy tales. Ah, yes, the brothers Grimm, the bard. And he started the feud between the witches and the fairies in the process. How could a single person have so much power? It was the power of his words. In Grimm's stories, the witches were always evil. Humans naturally grew to fear and hate them. They began to hunt them. Didn't the witches fight back? We aren't allowed to use our powers to cause harm. But it all changed when the Tenebrarum bearer decided revenge was more important than our promise. The witches took over the kingdom. They created the fairy tale curse to spread even more sadness and anger, to fill the human heart with negative emotions. All to feel the power of the Tenebrarum. The delicate balance of harmony between the crystals was broken. The witches in the Tenebrarum grew far stronger than they were ever meant to be. We had no choice but to fight. And the Great War happened. The Tenebrarum bearer was eventually defeated. The Great War was ended with the help of an unexpected ally, but many lives were lost. The good witches suffered horribly. We still have to stay hidden in hopes of having any kind of peace. Are you trying to make me believe that there were good witches? The Tenebrarum can poison the heart and mind into darkness and cruelty. The witches put themselves at risk in working with the Tenebrarum in maintaining harmony. Some inevitably are corrupted. Many good witches were corrupted during the war. Most remain that way. Many do not believe it, but witches can be just as kind as fairies. And yet it wasn't a fairy that cursed me. I've done good by cursing you, princess. You'll thank me when you've broken it. Laura was not corrupted by the Tenebrarum. She is as good as they come. Hopefully you'll come to see that for yourself. I doubt it! Apart from my own inherent goodness, Parfait and I are working together because we have a common goal. Which is? To restore the balance between darkness and light. 3 good deeds and I get my life back. Easier said than done. You said Cinderella, didn't you? Didn't she just go to a ball and find a prince? What does doing good have to do with that? Going to a ball, finding a prince is also old-fashioned. No fun in that! Yeah, there is no fun in that. Cinderella is a girl with a pure heart. She's always willing to help others even when they are cruel to her. Anyway, I've brought some clothes for you. I'll leave them on the table. We'll be waiting outside. There are some people I'd like you to meet. I cannot believe this. Look down at my neatly bandaged feet. I have to admit that while sore, they are nowhere near as painful as they had been 2 days before. Here's some salve I made for you. It'll help with the pain. Why would she even care? I was the reason she lost her job at the palace. Oh, she probably doesn't remember me as the princess. But still, she has no reason to do such things to me. For me. I ignored the salve for the time being and gingerly stand up, testing my feel for pain. The injury is definitely healing. I slowly walk over to the table and change into the clothes that have been left there. The dress is nowhere near as luxurious as the ones I wear in the palace, but it is far improved from my rags. All my life I never had to lift a finger. And now, I will not let them see how much they have rattled me. I refuse to break. Just watch me, I will free myself from this curse. What is this place? Looks like a bar from all the wine I see. There are several people in the room chatting amiably with each other. I noticed the girl that left me the salve by the counter serving drinks. But as soon as the people in the room notice me, the room falls into immediate silence. Oh, look what we have here, the Ice Princess herself. Huh? They know who I am? I didn't think it was true. Cursed for her cold-heartedness. As to be expected. You remember who I am and yet you still treat me like this? Oh, you aren't really a princess anymore, are you? You're one of us now, girl? Oof. Everyone please, you shouldn't be treating a newcomer like this. Princess, let me apologize. They mean no offense. I cannot believe that. Not when the people Parfait is referring to simply smirk and shrug as I meet their gazes. What is this place? Welcome to the Martian Tavern! A home for those with fairy tale curses. You make it sound like some kind of holiday house! Don't ruin my moment, Delora! Martian Tavern? The Martian was built 3 years ago when the number of cursed and NGO continued to rise. The goal is to gather those affected so they might help each other break their curse. Of course, I am also here to provide help as necessary. Only the cursed and those allied with our cause can stay here. The evil and wicked can never find this place. Most of the people here are cursed? How come these people remember who I am? The cursed are not affected by the condition of someone else's curse. Your condition is simple. Everyone has forgotten you are the crown princess. But because the people here are cursed, they still remember you, her title. It goes without saying that fairies and witches are also not affected. Come, princess, let me introduce you to the few boarders we have at the Martian. Parfait beckons the serving girl over. This is Anise. He helps out in the Martian and does most of the cooking. I'm sure you understand why she's working here now. Yeah, I believe she deserves an apology. Miss Delora, what are you talking about? Don't you worry your sweet little head over it. You don't remember what this ice princess did to you? Huh? I have nothing to apologize for? What a dick. Clumsiness does not befit a palace maid. I only did what was necessary. Well, it's nice to meet you, Princess. I'm Annis Willow. I hope we get along. This kind of reminds me of my art style a little bit, mostly with like the mouths, especially for Anise. My art style, you know, has thicker lines though. Really? This is how you're going to start doing good? I don't believe I asked for your opinion. Please, you two, no fighting. Ahomaton as Parfait leads me to two people whose faces are incredibly familiar. They are faces I have seen in the palace before. This is Jurian Valiant and Garen Marat. Oop. How did you know? Both of you were in the Order of Caldera. Oop. That's right. They were two of Sir Alcaster's best knights. It was a big surprise when they both left a year ago. I only found out recently that it was because they acted against Sir Alcaster's orders. They were stripped of their titles and dishonorably discharged from service. What are you two doing here? We help the fairies. They and Anise are exceptions and are allowed in this tavern without the curse. Juliana and Garland lend us their strength to help protect the Martian. Protect? From the witches. They do anything to make sure their curses remain unbroken. And what about you? I am an exception. Also, I'm good. You keep forgetting the good part, but you cursed us! Remember, not all witches are evil. Your curse is a test. I see. A test. Originally, the wicked were cursed so that they could learn to change. Their curses were meant to teach them a lesson. I'm hoping your curse will teach you a lesson too, Ice Princess. I really am only trying to help you. I don't need you to show me how to change, I just want my life back. Well, to do that, you'll have to break your curse. Try and make some friends, Princess. They might be able to help you break your curse. Oh, I'd love to hang around and watch the princess try to be friendly. We have work to do, Delora. Fine. Trying to make any more enemies, Princess. The instant Parfait and Delora leave the room, the temperature drops several degrees. Now that I'm alone, I feel the cold stares return. Disgust. Content. As if I'm the reason they are cursed and have to take refuge in the Martian in the first place. Make friends? All I've ever had are my dolls. I never needed friends. I will break this curse on my own. I was told it was rude to stare. One man suddenly stands up, the anger apparent on his face. His hands clench and unclench into fists as he glares at me pointedly. Jurian and Garland place themselves in front of me, shielding me from the man. You know the rules. What happens in the past stays the past. And no one is allowed to harm anyone else in the Martian. If you cannot comply, you are no longer welcome here. No matter, the Ice Princess will get what's coming for her. He throws one last glare my way before sitting down again. Break the rules and you'll get what's coming for you. That goes for everyone here. Jurian's tone is cold and firm. There is no doubt that she means what she says. So these are the great knights of the Order of Caldera. The Martian begins to settle down and everyone eventually goes back to their conversations and meals. I walk towards an empty table, realize I am being deliberately ignored. I become immersed in my thoughts as I sit down. One thought, however, comes to me immediately. They hate me. They hate me somehow when I've only ever left the palace twice in my life. How did this happen? The only people who treated me with any respect were Anise, Jurian, and Garland. Is it because they can't remember who I am? Maybe being in the Martian is not such a good idea. I doubt anyone here wants to help me break my curse. They'd probably rather see me suffer under its weight. 3 good deeds? How am I supposed to complete 3 when I do not know if I can even accomplish 1? May I join you? Oh, it's the beautiful lady from the shop! I look up and stare in shock at the beautiful lady from the toy shop. Her beauty still manages to take my breath away. What is she doing here? You're in the toy shop. Ah yes, I was there picking up some items for a friend. I'm humbled you still remember me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Miss Karma. Your name is Karma? A suitable name for someone as beautiful as me, no? Oh, it's Walt. Karma, you're not just a start to scare the princess away. Oh, it's Walt. You're that magician boy. Boy? Oh, how appropriate, boy. Call me that one more time and I'll ruin that pretty face of yours. Oop. You would hit a lady, how savage. Anyway, I'm Walt Cresswell. I have the Neverland curse. What about you, princess? What's your fairy tale curse? Does everyone share what their curse is? We talk about it freely in The Martian. The whole point is helping each other break our curses, after all. How to do that if we keep our fairy tales quiet? He pauses and then narrows his eyes slightly. Well, some people keep their fairy tales a secret. He eyes Karma, briefly cocking an eyebrow. The smile never leaves Karma's face. Has anyone managed to break their curse? I've been told that if you have. A few? That's not very reassuring. Well, at least the curses can be broken. I can't particularly say that reassures me either. What ails you, darling? Is it your curse? You can talk to us about it. Tell us what it is. Cinderella. Oh goodness, Cinderella. That explains the nature of your curse. Only it's been reversed, hasn't it? Riches to rags. That's one way of putting it. Karma, you're not helping. You really are better off ignoring him, princess. He mostly speaks nonsense. He? Princess? Parfait's voice takes me by surprise. I hadn't even noticed her entering the room again. May I speak with you? I'd like you to meet someone, though I'm sure you already know him quite well. It's Rod! It's him! The stepbrother! Rod? So we really are cursed. I was the one that gave Seppi to Rod so that he still had some way to voice his opinions. Seppi? Short for Sebastian. Cute, isn't it? It's nice to meet you, princess. Seppi's voice changes when it greets me. The tone it uses is lower whenever it speaks for Rod. Perhaps that is what Rod's voice usually actually sounds like? Wait, if he remembers me, does that mean the mermaid's curse? What? That is my curse. Rod had been mute all this time because he's cursed. Does everyone else know? Obviously, they are my family. Even the king? He knows as well. So I am the only one you never told? I didn't think he'd particularly care either way! Oh god. He is not wrong. Yet I cannot believe I did not know. I was left out once again. What are you doing here? I've been trying to help Rod with his curse. That's why he comes to the Martian from time to time. But I don't even want... Anyway, I came here today to confirm that you are truly cursed. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. It was a big surprise when I woke up one day and you weren't in the palace. And an even bigger surprise when I found out no one remembered you. It's been days since I was cursed. I wonder, how are things at the palace? Livelier, happier, happier. I've never seen my family happier than they are now. I say it's a good thing you aren't a princess anymore. Just nonchalantly roasting your own sister. Just like siblings do. I always thought Rod didn't really care about me regardless, but is this the truth? Let's save. Let's start with silence. You hate me. You have no right to start acting the victim now. Knowing you've treated my family with such disrespect. The only reason I didn't say anything before is because Emily didn't want me to. I'm happier too now that you're gone. I I don't have to pretend to like you anymore. Oof. I'm going to return to the palace now. I'm gone and they're all happier. Their very existence has been erased from in the palace. They've never known you. That doesn't mean they're happy without you. Even the king? What did I expect? Why did you bring me here? The people in the Martian, I shouldn't have left you alone in there. I'm sorry. You knew how they felt about me. What have I ever done to them? Now isn't the right time to explain. And will it ever be the right time? So many things have happened to you. I need you to be patient. Has the prince already left? Yes, he has. Princess will talk about this later. For now, you must focus on breaking your curse. Did I miss something? No. Right. Maybe the fairy is right. I don't think I'm ready to find out how I made so many people hate me. Well, Parfait, I think it's time we get down to business. What should we do with her? What are you talking about now? You, of course, you've got nowhere to go, right? She's right. I think back to the days I spent on the streets and shiver. I would do anything, so long as I don't have to go back there. The princess can stay at the margin with me and the rest of my boarders. Oop! I almost forgot what hope felt like. But you'll have to work in exchange for a room. I celebrated too soon. What? Magic has its limitations just like anything else. Money doesn't appear out of thin air, not even for a fairy. The margin doesn't attract many customers since only the cursed and a few others can enter. I sell my potions here and there, but I have several hungry mouths to feed and my funds are tight. I thought fairies lived in luxury. Parfait, are you broke? Oops. Ouch, even the Ice Princess can tell. And yet you still take people in? That's always been how Parfait operates. She's good-natured to a fault. I'm told suffocating beneath that it will be what kills me. Why don't you just leave? I assume you make enough to take care of yourself. Leave someone who's in need of help? I could never. And that, princess, is how goodness works. How goodness works? It's not as if I accept freeloaders. All my boarders help me run the margin and do errands. The princess has never worked a day in her life. I doubt she'll be useful. If karma can be useful, anyone can! I've yet to see karma be anything but useless. Princess, you're more than welcome to stay if you're willing to help out. It's the least you can do in exchange for a roof over your head and 3 meals a day. Oh, and some shoes! Do I even have a choice? I toss and turn in bed, unable to fall asleep. The mattress is hard and the sheets are itchy, nothing at all like the bed I had in the palace. What would I give for my old bed again for any of the comforts of home? I miss my dolls. Lady Parfait! Lady Parfait! I sit up immediately. What's going on? I leave my room to investigate. Some of the Archer Martian boarders, Baldstrin and Garland, are sitting on the settee, looking anxious. What's happening? Sorry, did we wake you? No, but the noises Garland was making would have woken the dead. Jordan and I found an injured man while we were doing our rounds. We brought him here. An injured man? Wait, what were you doing outside? It's almost 1 in the morning. Nothing you need to worry about. Lady Parfait and Anise are tending to the man now. These people, will they just help anyone they find on the streets? What if the man is dangerous? Do you think the witches got to him? It's possible. We'll have to find out when he wakes up. The next day, Parfait reveals that the man only suffered minor head injuries. She said that she expects him to wake soon. I looked at the tray of food in my hands, and he asked me to bring it up to the stranger's room while she finishes the rest of her cooking. I've never been asked to do this in the palace. Goodness, what's that portrait done to you to deserve that look? I would say that it's odd to see the princess doing something nice for someone. What do you want? I have something to ask the man that was brought in last night. Seeing as you're being good enough to deliver breakfast, I thought I'd just tag along with you. If you're going to just bring this tray up yourself, you are not in any position to delegate your duties to me. Come on, our guest must be famished. Seeing no way out, I followed Delora to the spare room the man had been put in. Come in. Hoopst! I thought the man would have been old, but to my surprise he looks young, probably in his early 20s, just like me! He seems lost in the reverie as he stares at a small notebook. Good morning, glad to see you're awake and breathing. The man looks up at her when she speaks. The instant he sees us, his eyes widen. Why is he staring at us like that? Am I dead? What? I'm in heaven, or maybe... Oh my god. Oh god. What is up with this guy? This is one strange man. And over here, one strange dude. I see. What can a humble gentleman like myself I'll do for you lovely ladies? That fuck-ass grin. Ah, you could join me on this bed. It's very comfortable and there's plenty of room for the both of you. I'll follow your lead on this one, princess. Princess? Ah, of course, the beautiful lady could only be a princess. Look at the noble way you hold up the tray. Stay silent. Your wishes is my command and my fate, my sweet princess. If you want, you can have him. I'll pass, thanks. Oh, he's awake. Nope. Another lovely lady has entered my chambers. I don't think my heart can handle the perfection of three of you at once. Fuck-ass weirdo. I think I know how Casanova here got those head injuries. Some lady decided she'd had enough of his rubbish and wanted to punish him. Delora, patience, he might not even be in the right state of mind right now. He did take injuries to the head, after all. The man finally stops to look just at me. He narrows his eyes and stares so hard I almost want to slap him. What? You're familiar. But no, it's impossible. Aren't you the crown princess? What are you doing here? He's cursed! I knew it! He is fucking cursed! Woo! If he knows, then he's cursed! Well, he's definitely not a witch or a fairy. Could only mean one thing if he recognizes the ice princess. What is your name, good sir? Woo! I would answer any questions you ask from me, madame, but... Rin looks down at the notebook in his hand. I don't remember. He forgore. Of course. He forgore. Amnesia. I know everything about Angela, and yet I don't know the first thing about myself. Except I have the Rumpelstiltskin curse. Rumpelstiltskin? Is that a fairy tale? It is! I knew it. He's got the fairy tale curse. Fairy tale curse? Do you remember how to break it? From what I remember, I need to somehow collect 3 memories and get them to appear in this journal as entries. He shows us the notebook he's been holding onto since we entered the room. My first memory is of waking up and holding this. I thought there would be information in here, but it's empty. Another victim of the curse. You must be tired. Scully will leave your breakfast here and will give you some time to yourself. We'll be outside if you need anything else. Rumpelstiltskin. What is that fairy tale about? Delora does not do a good job of hiding her laughter. She snorts and I cross my arms, embarrassed. Mother burned the fairy tales in the palace before I got the chance to read all of them. Fine, I'll keep it short. Once upon a time, there was a girl that was said to be able to spin straw into gold. The king found her and locked her up in the tower. He said he wouldn't let her out until she turned all the straw in the room into gold. But the girl was just a regular human girl. She knew she would never be able to turn the straw into gold and feared that she would be locked up forever. That was when an odd little man appeared before her and offered to do the job for her if she gave him something in return. The girl gave him her necklace and the man spent the rest of the night spinning the straw into gold. However, the girl wasn't released. The second night she was given more straw to spin, and the little man appeared once more. This time she gave him her ring. On the third night, the king ordered her to spin the straw one last time, and if she did, she would be released and made his queen. However, that night the girl had nothing left to give the little man, so they made an agreement. He would spin the straw into gold for her so long as she gave him her first child. I personally never understood why the girl would want to marry the king in the first place. Yeah, me too. Hush, I'm trying to tell a story here. By the way, apparently a lot of stories involve, making thread. And which is why the term spinning a tale exists. Years passed and the queen finally gave birth to her first child. That night, the old little man returned and demanded his due, but the queen didn't want to give up her child. The man then said he wouldn't take the child if the queen was able to guess his name in 3 days. The man's name was Rumpelstiltskin. Did she guess it? Oh yeah, the night before her time was officially up, the queen was drawn to the forest by the sound of a little voice. She saw the little man celebrating his upcoming victory, seeing how nobody would ever guess his real name, which was Rumpelstiltskin. He thought it sounded particularly smart. I mean, he is a man. So agrees the general populace. Sometimes I wonder how Hans was able to come up with such tall tales. Well, the marching is opening and I expect another busy day. Especially busy for you. You need to start coming up with good deeds. The amnesiac Casanova was allowed to stay at the marching with the other boarders. Because he still seemed capable, Parfait set him to work as one of the marching servers. Anis's protests that he remain in bed fell on deaf ears. Parfait couldn't very well throw him out, not while knowing that he had nowhere to go. I would be incapable of showing him such kindness given all of the nonsense he spouts at us. The people that frequent the marching began to steadily ignore me altogether. Like I do not exist. It's better than the stares and the hateful looks. Rumple, you aren't here to flirt! But this lovely lady is unattended. Sir Rumple, please, you're making me blush. Because the man couldn't remember his name, he fashioned one from his own curse. Rumple. I think it suits him. I will never understand Parfait. This amorous waste of space is as useful as karma. Speaking of karma, I've returned. Speak of the devil. Did you miss me? Karma had left abruptly yesterday, saying that she had something very important to take care of. Waltz trails in after her, carrying several boxes in his arms. Why am I carrying these? Because you made me run that errand for you at the toy shop the other day. And because gentlemen carry things for ladies. I'm going to drop them now. Those boxes contain very important contents. Welcome home, Miss Karma. Nice to see you've survived the trip, Waltz. Thank you, Anise. So this is our new housemate. We have not had the opportunity to meet. I am... Who? We are all surprised when Rumple suddenly reaches out to grab Karma's hand. My life before this moment has been a depressing monochrome. Now that you have entered my bleak existence, I see everything in a beautiful blazing color. And nothing shines more brightly, more vividly than you! Silence. I am Rumple, my sweet. Let us talk of marriage! What the fuck? What the hell? now? Weird. I stare at Karma, waiting for her to flirt back. At the very least, I expect her to wave Rumple away for being a fool. But she remains eerily silent. Answer, my angel, I beg of you! Keep. Say the word and it is done. Your filthy hands off me. Thwack. Ow! Not again. I would never be interested in the likes of you. Not again. Wait. Go on, lad. Give him a good beating, like the one you gave to me. My queen, there's no need for violence. What did you call me? Please calm down. Rumple is still recovering. What's going on? Karma is a man, doesn't take too kindly to being flirted with. Or proposed to. She is a man? But your voice, your face, your breath. What the fuck? Ow! That's what you're focusing on? Pervert. Indeed. I worship all aspects of the female form, but my particular favorite has always been boobs. Ow! Do yourself a favor and shut up! I never would have known, but why would he do this? Don't look at me like that. I have my reasons. Is it because of your curse? Yes. I am undone. My heart is in pieces. You knew him for 10 minutes. For those that can hear the music of their heart like I, it only takes a look to fall madly, irretrievably in love. I must leave. My heart will need time to heal. The Martian attracts all sorts, doesn't it? That one is entirely Parfait's fault. Alright, nothing to see here. Back to work. I'm still in shock from what I learned earlier. Karma, a man. It's not fair that he is so beautiful as a woman. If the female population of Angel knew the truth, Karma would be hunted down for making the rest of us pale in comparison. And he's being good, I suppose. Prepared a special lunch to welcome the newest Martian boarders. We have all been invited to the private dining room. Excuse me, is Lady Parfait here? It's him! Prince Rod, perfect timing. Please join us for lunch. I only came to talk to you, Lady Parfait. But I'm hungry and I have no wish to make you wait while I eat. Come join us. Please, Your Highness, I've made too much as usual. You must help finish. Very well. A cursed princess and a cursed prince. What an eccentric collection of friends you have, Lady Parfait. I wouldn't say they were eccentric necessarily. You're the most eccentric one here, Rumple. Really now? I sit silently in my chair. I'm uncomfortable around so many people. Even when Mother was alive, I had all my meals alone since my parents were usually too busy to sit down for meals with me. The meals with Ophelia and her children were also always awkward and silent. Somehow the atmosphere here is lively and friendly, even though I barely know anyone here. Is something wrong? Excuse me? You barely touched your food. Don't you like it? Dora said this was one of your favorites. I'm just not used to eating with company, that is all. They say that sharing a meal brings the family closer together. Garland! I apologize. Closer together, huh? So have you made any progress on how to do those good deeds, Princess? There is no way I'm admitting that I do not even know how to complete one. Oh, I forgot you're not so good on the doing good front. You're not very helpful. Why don't you ask someone to teach you how to do good? What? Well, that's not something you hear every day. As in, takes some kind of lessons. If you're having so much trouble on your own, you should ask someone to give you some advice or teach you. It's as simple as that. What's this I hear? The princess needs advice? Well then, she is in luck. I happen to give the most excellent advice, and believe me when I say I can teach almost anything. Even about robots? That's a joke, by the way. The princess is indeed lucky, as I am available for teaching duties! No doubt I'd be the better choice, as I don't go about deceiving the world. Excuse me? They despise each other! From one-sided flirting to bitter enemies, and all in the span of a few hours. The man broke my heart! Anyway, I'd also be happy to help you in any way I can, princess. And I'm sure your stepbrother would be happy to help as well. I kinda doubt it. I don't think I would make the best his teacher for this sort of thing. I only teach others how to fight. Never mind the fact that Jurian herself still struggles to be good. What? You're lucky, aren't you? So many people are willing to help you. Why? Why are you all willing to help me? That's what we do at the Marchant. We help each other. That's the number one. Doing good means helping whenever one can. Just let any of us know if you want our help. Trust no one but yourself. You need not to care for anyone but yourself. This is what Mother and the last few years have taught me. I've always been alone is easier that way, and yet these strangers, these people that I've only known for a few days, are so willing to help me when they get nothing in return. Is this the goodness I was meant to see? Father? How can I even begin to trust and care for others when I have forgotten how to do so? I am slowly beginning to understand what I must do. Chapter 2! Alright. So I'm going to go do an intermission again, as we have reached another chapter. I don't know how long this game is going to take me, but if I end up going for more than like 4 hours, depending on how long it takes, I plan just doing one route during stream, and then we can go do another Ultimate Hey Friday game. But yeah. For now, I'll do my intermission, kind of like rest my throat a bit, because, I've been talking a lot. And yeah, I shall return. Awa, I'm awake. Now let us continue. The win. Cinderella Phenomenon. I don't see why this is necessary. Of course this is necessary, Princess. You work to show that you can be useful. For the last half hour, Parfait and Delora have been debating what chores they want to give me. I cannot believe they're seriously going to make me work like a commoner. No freeloaders at the marching, remember? And you can't pull the princess card anymore since now that you're a homeless peasant. Being demoted to a homeless peasant is not my fault. If you really think about it, it was kind of mean to demote you. Stop teasing her, Delora. Skelly has had a lot thrown at her already. I'm only speaking the truth. Besides, working to live is the commoner's way of life, but at least it's rewarding. But if you do nothing, you get nothing. No food, no clothes, no bed. You are no longer a princess, Skelly. Life here at the Martian is comfortable, and you need to work for comfort. Remember that. What you do is your choice, princess. Do I even have a choice? Not really, no. Let's see. How about cooking duties? No way, she'd burn a salad! She could be a receptionist. Then we'd lose all of our customers. That's probably true. I am right here, you know. Hi, Max. There's a kitty. She said hello. Hi. You want to come up here? Yeah? Wub. Wub. There's a kitty. You with me right now? Oh. What you want to do? I didn't know what she wants to do. Ugh! Fucking hell. Another fucking bot. Two streams in a row, I had to deal with the fucking bot. I probably need to... Probably once I reach affiliate or something, and start doing mod applications. Hey, Max. She said, hi. What you doing, little girl? Dirty. She's settling down in her little bed. Now I'm wondering, should I do a kitty cam? Hold on. The main question is, will she allow me to record her? Or will she end up saying, Neo paparazzi? And just not look at me. Alright. Okay. She's making her little biscuits. Hold on. All right. I'm putting her in the corner. The phenomenon of Cinderella indeed. And the kimchi. Behold my little kitty. Hold on. Alright. Cat cam indeed! Finally, kitty cam is back. Because kimchi says howdy. Yeah. Shit. The camera of the feline, indeed. Look at this little girl. She's so precious. She's my real oop-woos. Oop-woop-bye. She likes getting her squinches. And she also likes to sit on me sometimes. So she might move. You know? I don't know if it will happen though. Is the cat real? Yeah, she is real. But yeah. Oh, the game is kind of glitching a little bit for me. Sorry. Do you have any useful skills at all? As a princess, you had servants who did everything for me. Yeah, they cleaned my room, helped me dress. How am I expected to possess skills for things I've never done? Aha! I found the perfect job for our Cinderella. Ta-da! Skelly will be in charge of sweeping the Martian floors. What? Perfect. Even he should be able to do that. Good, you, princess? Oh, fuck. It is. Hold on. Give me a moment. Let me get this out again. Luckily, I have saved. Save my progress. All right. All right. Let us continue from where we left off. I don't see why this is necessary. Of course this is necessary, princess. You work to show that you can be useful. For the last half hour, Parfait and Delora have been debating how much chores they want to give me. I cannot believe they are seriously going to make me work like a commoner. No freeloaders at the March-In, remember? And you can't pull the princess card anymore now that you're a homeless peasant. Being demoted to a homeless peasant is not my fault. If you really think about it, it was kind of me to demote you. Stop teasing her, Delora. Skelly has had a lot thrown at her already. I'm only speaking the truth. Besides, working to live is the commoner's way of life, but at least it's rewarding. But if you do nothing, you get nothing. No food, no clothes, no bed. Indeed. A will. You are no longer a princess, Skelly. Life here at the March-In is comfortable, and you need to work for comfort. Remember that. What you do is your choice, princess. Do I even have a choice? Not really, no. Let's see. How about cooking duties? No way she'd burn a salad. She could be a receptionist? Then we lose all of our customers. That's probably true. I'm right here, you know. Sorry. She isn't really sorry. Well, at least not Delora. Do you have any useful skills at all? As a princess, I had servants who did everything for me. They cleaned my room, helped me dress. How am I expected to possess skills for things I've never done? Aha! I have found the perfect job for our Cinderella. The broom! It has a little bow. Ta-da! Skelly will be in charge of sweeping the Martian floors. What? Perfect. Even she should be able to do that. Could you, princess? I refuse. But look, I even put a cute little ribbon on the broom just for you. It's your very own special broom. The princess does not clean. Hard-headed as ever. Don't worry, I have a fix for this. Huh? Suddenly the broom flies into my hands and I'm pulled helplessly along as the thing begins to sweep the floors. I jumble my hands away, but they may as well be glued to the broom. They do not budge. What have you done? You should be thanking me. I'm helping you with your duties. Delora, isn't this a little too much? Oh, nonsense. The princess is learning useful new skills. Mr. Broom will teach her everything she needs to know. If the floor is dirty, Mr. Broom will come to life and start sweeping. And it will not stop until the floors are spotless. What? Come on, Parfait. We've got time for a cup of tea. But she'll be fine. A little sweeping never killed anyone. Unless you have asthma. You are dreadful! Enjoy your time with Mr. Broom. Wait! Did they really just leave? Hey, slow down! The room begins to sweep faster. Despite my process, I'm still forced like a puppet to sweep the floors well with grudging tenacity. Oop. I can barely catch my breath after that. Look at the face of looks very proud of itself. Princess, Parfait sent me to check. Ooh! How lovely! It's so clean I can see my reflection on the floorboards. I'm impressed. Do not even think about stepping into this room with your dirty shoes. Goodness, I didn't know princesses could be such terrifying creatures. You're aware that the Martian is opening soon. Yes, the floor isn't going to stay clean forever. Then do not open the Martian. I do sympathize with you, Princess. It's difficult adjusting to the commoner's life. What would you know about that? More than you think. What? Oh, did I let that slip? That was my mistake. Commoner just smiles at me, his eyes gleaming with playful mischief. He's definitely hiding something. Indeed he is. My hands are red and sore from all the sweeping I have done today. I remember the salve Anise offered me when I first woke up in my room. Surely that will help somewhat. I apply it to my hands and find, to my surprise, that it is very effective. Most of the redness quickly fades along with the pain. Is that what my life will be like if I don't break the curse, forced to work day in and day out? I can't let things stay as they are. I must act. I lay down to rest. Tiredness falls upon me like a heavy, suffocating blanket. I close my eyes and feel myself shift into the darkness of sleep. Despite having slept for hours, I'm still tired when I wake. I glance back at my hands and remember the salve's effectiveness. Whatever Anise gave me really works. I should ask her to make more. I feel like this is not the last time I will need it. I must act quickly. The sooner I break this curse, the better. The people who offered to help me are all here. Whom should I ask for help? Let's do Rod. Rod came to the Martian today to discuss something with Parfait. This is the third time he has visited the tavern since I've been here. I wonder what he discusses with Parfait. Rod's eyebrows furrow as soon as he sees me enter the room. Oh, it seems the princess has done something and she would like to speak with you about, Prince Rod. She probably already knows why I'm here. Thank you, Prince Rod, for telling me about this. I shall leave you with the princess now. Rod's expression turns grim. He clearly disapproves of me. He even just being in the same room as him. As soon as Parfait leaves, he shoots a glare in my direction. What do you want? All I have done is enter the room and he is already angry. I'm still not used to being treated like this by him. I'm here to ask you about goodness. You're asking the wrong person. Did I make the right choice in choosing to come to him? I do not intend to help or you break your curse no matter what Lady Parfait says. Pardon? Emma Jane and my mother have tried to be kind to you many times, but you only ever respond with disrespect and cruelty. Cruelty? You think I've been cruel to them? How else would you describe your behavior? Why am I suddenly the one at fault? They are coming to the palace to make my life miserable. I am the victim here, not them. Oof. Now, others may think you're capable of goodness, but I severely doubt it. I do not wish to work with you, so do not come to me for help. Excuse me. He turns around and begins to walk away, leaving me to stand alone in the room, even angrier than I was before. How dare he treat me like this? I grab his arm and pull him around so that he is facing me. I refuse to let him belittle me like this, especially when I'm making a conscious effort to change. What if I can help you break your curse? Will you help me then? Rod fixes me with an icy glare as he pulls away. I don't intend to break my curse. What? Watches me one last glare before he leaves the merchant, leaving me to stand there confused. If he does not intend to break his curse, then why is he even here? I stare in horror at the floor. Gravel and sand are embedded in between the floorboards. The wood beneath my feet is covered in a thick muck. Oh no. Stop! I never thought I'd see this. Princess is actually sweeping. I'd say it's more like the broom is sweeping and the princess is just along for the ride. Lady Parfait, your orders have arrived. Where should I put them? At the back, please. Thank you. I glare at Garland as he begins to move. You! You're dirty the floor. Sorry. Garland dashes across the floor with long steps in an attempt to leave as few footprints as possible. This was Dolores doing, wasn't it? Is it obvious? This has witch having fun written all over it. I need water. Wow, completely spotless. You are the worst. Oh man, don't be mad at the broom, princess. It's only trying to help. Oh, the broom is crying. It's doing nothing but making my life miserable. Lady Parfait, I must speak with you. I look up at the witch that has just entered. She's a regular at the Merchant and, according to Parfait and Delora, a good witch. She orders tea here from time to time. She has mud on her shoes. Why is she glaring at me like that? I believe it's because of your shoes, dear. I have just cleaned the floor. Oh, I'm sorry. I will clean up after myself right away. Good. The princess is something else. I've never seen a witch so frightened of someone before. Yeah. The witch hurriedly cleans up the tracks she made coming in before going to speak with Parfait. Even though Parfait says that Delora and this witch is good, I do not trust her judgment. Especially not when she considers Delora, who ruined my life, a good person. I put the broom back in its resting place before double-checking my work. Now that I'm done, I can continue to work on breaking my curse. Let's do Rumple. I find Rumple taking a break at one of the tables. Surprisingly, he is by himself and not surrounded by the usual blushing ladies. You are not surrounded by a flock of ladies? You must have done something to offend them. Rumple looks at me with a surprised apparent on his face. Princess, have you come to mend my broken heart? No, we're here to watch you suffer. Excuse me? I was speaking with the lady here only hours ago, but she told me that she was betrothed to someone else. That happened hours ago, and you are still sitting here. Rumple places his chin on the palm of his hand, looking very tired. I'm mourning. The heart is a fragile thing, princess. Want to help heal my shattered heart? Maybe. Rumple stares at me when I do not answer. That would count as a good deed, you know. Helping you would count as a good deed. Doing things out of the kindness of your heart is a good deed, princess. The kindness of my heart? Why would I want to help you when you've done nothing for me? Kindness isn't a thing that needs to necessarily be returned. Single instances of affection can make a heart lighter. Why does he always go through the trouble of making the words sound so much fancier? Who knows? I will not help you mend your broken heart because that would be an act of stupidity, not kindness. Yeah. Probably right. Rumple's shoulders slump as he frowns. Ah, now my heart is even more fragmented. You suffer from a broken heart every day. You are rejected. Of course, because to pour your heart out to someone only to be rejected is a cruel fate, princess. You probably deserved rejection with the way you flirt with everyone, so no, I'm not going to help you deal with your own broken heart. I turn around and walk away. The acts that Rumple put on are very annoying. A month has passed and I have yet to complete even one good deed. Not for any lack of trying, though. I've been asking around for advice on how to be a good person and received various answers. What makes someone good? I say being selfless. I think it's important that you consider another person's feelings. Patience. The ability to soothe even the most broken of hearts. Forget I asked. Bravery. Loyalty. You must be beautiful both on the inside and out. Right. Must I be all of those things in order to be good? According to Parfait, I can't just pretend. It has to come from my heart. I place my hand on my chest and consider the steady pulse of my heartbeat. That will not be easy. I close my eyes, thinking of all the possible ways I might be able to break my curse, but in the end, the mind is blank. Mother, what am I supposed to do? A dream? Your personal feelings are nothing but a weakness for others to exploit. That is why you do not show them. You only show them that you are strong. Yes, Mother. You must not let false kindness deceive you. People will use niceties to trick you into exploiting your weak emotions. But you can trust me. I will never hurt you. I will never lie to you. I am all you need. So she kind of manipulated her own daughter. Pretty much. I love you. I love you too, Mother. How are those lessons of yours going? I hope you're not giving anyone a difficult time. I'm the only one having a difficult time. Have you tried pairing up with someone? Pairing up? Some of the people in the tavern pair up to assist each other. Two heads are better than one, as they say. It's not a bad idea, but the problem is with her. Who is going to volunteer to pair up with the Ice Princess? She has a point. People may not glare at me anymore, but it does not escape me that I'm still disliked. Most of the boarders at the Martian volunteered to help her, remember? And I haven't heard any of them retract their offers. It's only a matter of time. Stop it, Delora. It's your choice, Princess. Pairing up is only a suggestion. Will pairing up with someone really help me break my curse? What if they end up being an annoyance instead? Princess? Excuse me, Princess? Huh? I'm sorry for disturbing you, but you've just been staring at your tray and the customer is waiting for his order. Of course. Dora has me helping Anis today. The merchant is unexpectedly busy and they cannot keep up with all the customers. Stop daydreaming, food doesn't deliver itself. I do not need you to tell me that. I stretch out on my bed. The stiff mattress does little to soothe my aching muscles. I was on my feet the entire day struggling to keep up with the steady stream of people that came into the Martian. I've never seen the Martian this busy. I roll onto my stomach and bury my face into my pillow. My arms and legs protest the movement. I refuse to live this type of life much longer. I need to break this curse as soon as possible. Why did you pair up with someone? Pairing up might not be such a bad idea. Oh boy! Oh boy! Now we have to choose which one to pursue. Oh boy! Oh boy indeed. Who do I choose? Hold on, let me go check the store page. Because this has the, like, recommended build up a plot thing. So, first, according to this, we have a recommended play in order. The recommendation of it is Rod, Karma, Rumpel, Fritz, and Waltz. So this, I believe, is Rod, Rumpel, Karma. So let's do Rod. Alright, now we must save. I will ask Rod if he will pair up with me. I know we do not have a good relationship. Rod has spared no effort in telling me how cruel I have been to his family. But I feel like rectifying whatever mistakes I made with them might be an easy way to get 3 good deeds. Oh, this is going to be very interesting. But Skelly, didn't he tell you that he didn't want to break his curse? Yes, but that may not be the whole truth. He is still reluctant to break his curse despite all the advice I have offered him. Perhaps you will be able to encourage him where I could not. I do not care if he does not want to break his curse. I only need him to help me remedy the supposedly bad things I have done to his family. I believe that will be the easiest way to break my curse. But the problem is that I rarely see him here. He is usually at the palace. In order for this arrangement to work, I will need to be in the palace. I, for one, think it's a terrible idea. What if... Laurel's voice trails off. She averts her gaze to the floor, her expression a mixture of anxiety and solemn consideration. What if what? Is there something I should know? Both the witch and the fairy just stare at me silently. After a few minutes, Parfait speaks. You would be far away from us, Princess. We would not be able to assist you. Witches could be lying in wait for you, knowing that you're the true crown princess of NGL. They might seek to use you for their own purposes. What sorts of purposes? Why would the witches be after me in the first place? Many of them have been corrupted by the Tenebrarum. Darkness has invaded their hearts, making them bitter. Many of them simply want to see the fairy tale curses continue on undisturbed. This is all just speculation, but it's better to be safe rather than sorry. What would you have me do? Laura? I have an idea. I think I can get her into the palace and make sure there's someone there to look out for her. How? Just trust me. Tomorrow the Ice Princess returns to her palace. I have a bad feeling about this. We are now a maid, ho ye. This cannot be happening. Don't dilly-dally, the princess will soon be awakened and expecting her new maid. I close my eyes and suppress the urge to groan. How is it that Delora was able to turn me into Emma Jane's personal maid? She thought this would be funny, didn't she? Well, I will make her pay for this. I expect you to not be late again. We have very strict rules on how palace staff should behave. I'm not exactly sure how Delora managed this. She told me she was going to cast a spell on me and that it would be over as soon as I opened my eyes. Well, apparently not. I closed my eyes and sure enough, when I opened them, I found myself here in the maid uniform. What did she do? The maid continues to babble at me. How annoying. I pretend to listen to her as she leads through the palace hallways. Emmeline and Rod's chambers are located here. Oh! We come to a halt when Emmeline suddenly appears from around the corner. Your Highness! The maid ducks into a neat curtsy. Emmeline's eyes meet mine. I tense as I wait for any signs of recognition from her, but she only gives me a curious look as if wondering who I am. She clearly does not recognize me. The maid suddenly reaches back and pulls at my shoulder, forcing me into a bow. You are in front of the Crown Princess of Angiel. Show some respect, girl. My apologies, Your Highness. She is new and clearly needs to be taught some manners. Excuse me? Oh, please. There's no need for that. What is she trying to achieve by pretending to be kind to a palace maid? Who is she trying to fool? Your Highness, this is your new personal maid. Emmeline glances at the maid, looking confused. Why do I need a personal maid? It is by the king's orders, Princess. Emmeline turns to look at me again. What is your name? She is talking to you, girl. I scowl at the maid before facing Emmeline. I cannot believe I have fallen so low that I am now being ordered around by a maid. Skelly. It's nice to meet you. I hope we can get along. When I do not respond, Emmeline's face falls. I was just heading to breakfast with my family. Of course, Skelly will escort you to the dining hall. I raise my eyebrows at the maid, irritated. There is no need for concern. I can get there on my own. I breathe a sigh of relief. I am not here to babysit her. The maid leans forward and whispers something in my ear. I don't know how it is that you landed this position, but you owe the royal family your diligence and respect. If you continue to show disrespect, I will be having a word with the king. The maid pushes me forward so that I am forced to stand next to Emmeline. She will escort you to the dining hall, Your Highness. Her job requires that she follow you everywhere in case you require assistance with anything. But it's almost time for breakfast, Princess Emmeline. Emmeline frowns and looks at me. I'm so sorry. What is she apologizing for? Good morning. Good morning. It seems you have met your personal maid. The king's eyes widen as soon as he spots me. You look familiar. Does he recognize me? I feel a little tremble in my heart as I consider that hope. Are you not the girl who came to the gates before? I deflate with a soundless sigh. He remembers me as a peasant. This is the first time I'm meeting you as Emmeline's personal maid. What is your name? Skelly. That is a lovely name. We are glad to have you here. The king gives me a warm smile. The softness of his gaze makes me angry. He never treated me so kindly when he remembered me as his own daughter. Emmeline takes her seat while I walk to stand at the walls beside the other maids and butlers. The door opens and Rod walks inside. He greets the king, Ophelia, and then his sister. He's just about to take his seat when his eyes suddenly fall on me. The shock is apparent on his face. Rod, is something wrong? I see there's a new maid on staff. His tone is almost accusatory. I bristle at his words and about to say something when Ophelia speaks. She is Imogene's new personal maid, Skelly. Rod stares at me for a few moments, his expression unreadable. Eventually, he moves in to take his seat. I stand silent and watch the royal family eat their breakfast. The small area is filled with happy conversation. The four of them smile at each other when they speak, and it is easy to see how comfortable they all are with one another. When I was still here, our meals were always so quiet. But everyone looks so happy now. I bite my lip to will the heavy feeling away. Rod told me that before, but I did not want to believe him. I turn back to the conversation at hand. We have something very important to discuss with you, Imogen. I have brought this up before, but now the matter is more pressing. But this about... Yes, this is about the ball. Ophelia gave the king a disapproving look. Dear? I know it seems a strange proposition, but this is royal tradition. Emily is at a suitable marrying age, and this ball might yet help her find a suitor. But a husband. Elaine's cheeks are tinted pink. A royal ball for Imogen? Elaine, for her to find a husband? I never would have agreed to such a thing. The king never forced me into one because he knew that. I will not force you to marry someone you do not love, Elaine. We agreed on this ball to uphold tradition. All eligible bachelors will be invited in 4 months' time, and you will choose the man you want to court you. I did find my true love through a ball, after all. He glances at Ophelia, who responds with a fond smile. Her expression falls back into something more worried when she looks at her daughter. But what if I can't choose anyone? We will throw one ball as per tradition. We will not force you into another ball if you not find a good suitor, but we must hold traditions at least once. Perhaps this will push you to think more about the future. I will not put any added pressure on you, Elaine, but I would be happy to see grandchildren before I have to give up my throne. I'm not getting any younger, you know. Father! I can tell that the king is trying to make light of the situation, but there is an undertone of seriousness. Elaine eventually sighs, then slowly nods. I understand. My gaze shifts to Rod to search for a reaction, but his expression is impassive. No reaction at all. Do you know that this was going to happen? But can I really be the princess of the kingdom of Angel? The kingdom of Angel deserves? I feel so unprepared. You are the crown princess of Angel. You must be confident. Elaine looks down, looking genuinely distressed. I'm finished. May I be excused? My sweetheart, you barely touched your food. You may. Elaine stands up and ducks into a quick curtsy before rushing from the room. I do not move until I feel Rod's glare on me. I realize that I am meant to follow Elaine. Excuse me. I curtsy and follow after Elaine. I barely make it a few steps away from the dining hall before the door flies open and Rod is rushing after me. What are you doing here? Let's answer him. I am here to break my curse. You expect me to believe that when you had people offering to help you at the march-in? Rod's expression changes, anger clear in his eyes. No, I know why you are really here. What are you talking about? You thought you might take back what is rightfully yours, didn't you? I have no qualms about hurting my family again. I stare at him, nonplussed by his accusations. I carefully quell the simmering anger inside me. Last thing I want to do is be fired before I break my curse. I'm not here to hurt anyone, so stop accusing me of such things. We glare at each other in silence. I always thought... Okay, we made the correct choice. I always thought that Rod was closed off and quiet, but his emotions are always blazing in his eyes. You shouldn't be here. Rod steps back, but his gaze is still fierce. I do not have time for this. I'm going to find Elaine. Why, so you can insult her? No, because it is not my job to attend to her. Excuse me. The last place I expect to find Elaine is the throne room. Much to my surprise, I find her standing alone inside, staring up at the throne. Oh! When she turns to face me, she has a guilty expression on her face. I'm sorry. What is she apologizing for? I was very rude earlier, walking out on everyone at breakfast. Emmeline gazes back at the throne and sighs. I'm sure any other girl would be happy to have the ball. I mean, it's like something out of a fairy tale. But She sighs once again and looks down at her clasped hands. It all sounds so perfect in the fairy tales. 3 days is all it takes before everyone's found their true love. But I don't think that's how it works in real life, do you? I have nothing to say in response when Emmeline turns her beseeching gaze to me. I don't know how I'm supposed to marry someone I barely even know. Is this really what it means to be the crown princess? Isn't this precisely what you wanted? Excuse me? When your mother married the king, you became a princess. You went from rags to riches overnight. I cannot keep the bitterness from my voice when I speak. Your life is playing out like Cinderella's, is it not? All you're missing are the glass slippers, and even then I'm sure the king could arrange a pair. I cannot understand why you are so unhappy. Neither can I. Elaine turns away from me to face the throne once more, and in the sun that streams through the windows I can see something shining on her cheeks. Is she crying? I am so ungrateful. Skelly, what would you do? What? If you were in my place, if you became crown princess overnight, what would you go through with the ball? For the sake of Angel's tradition, or for the sake of your role? I would never do anything so worthless. The king never brought up the subject with me. He most likely knew I would have refused. Emmeline suddenly pats her cheeks and turns to me, a wry smile on her face. I could do with some fresh air. Shall we go to my friend's shop in town? We have only just exited the throne room when Emmeline stops short and I almost bump into her back. Oh! Your Highness, what a pleasant... Sir Mithros abruptly stops to stare at me. Why is Sir Mithros looking at me so intently? Is something the matter, Sir Mithros? No, nothing at all, Your Highness. I am just... amused. Amused? Oh, you haven't met my new maid. This is Skelly. Skelly? There is something in Sir Mithros' gaze that I do not trust. The silence is stifling, so I curtsy at him. Sir. Charming. Sir Mithros turns his attention back to Emmeline. Where are you off to on this pleasant day? Oh, just off to visit a friend. Make sure you bring your guards with you, Princess. Of course. I wonder what's taking him so long. Emily Jane decided to invite Rod to us on her visit. One of the guards offered to get Rod for her, but he still has yet to return. Another stands with us by the gates. ready to escort us into town. Why does the king even keep these incompetent fools if they cannot find a single person? Maybe we should go look for Rod. But then what if he gets here as soon as we go searching for him? I sigh. I will go look for him. You can stay here. But you don't need to run errands for me. She has yet to ask me to do anything. What does she think a maid even does? I look at her solemnly, not answering her. Finally, she relents. Thank you. I incline my head just slightly before walking off. I feel like a babysitter. I cannot believe I have to search for Rod. This is only slightly better than being dragged around by that broom. I turn around the corner and nearly bump into someone. I take a few steps back just in time. Princess? It's Fritz! I look up in shock. Fritz's surprise mirrors my own. Where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere. He pauses to stare at my clothing. Why are you wearing a maid's uniform? Fritz, do you remember who I am? I would never forget you, Princess. But it does seem like I am the only one who remembers you. What is going on? The only people who remember me are the witches, fairies, and Fritz. Are you? I stop when I hear the sound of approaching footsteps. Fritz turns at the sound and then stoops low into a formal bow when he sees Rod. Your Highness. Rod's impassive face twists with annoyance when he sees me. Rod does not even acknowledge Fritz as he walks past him to stop in front of me. Shouldn't you be attending to my sister? I don't understand. Prince Rod, do you know why the princess is dressed like this? Oop! Rod is clearly just as surprised as I am that Fritz remembers me. You recognize her? You remember the princess too? But if you knew, why didn't you say anything when she first went missing? And can someone explain to me why she's attending to Princess Jane? This is Fritz. I cut him off before he can ask any more questions. I feel Rod's gaze on my back as I turn to look at Fritz. No more questions. But Princess. Right now I am a palace maid. A what? It is a long story and I have no time to explain now, so do not ask. Fritz is clearly discontent. He seems to struggle for a few moments before he finally sighs and nods. Yes, Your Highness. Though it is nice to hear someone here speak my title, it will not do if Fritz calls me that on accident. It's just Skelly for now. But I turn to face Rod. Jane is waiting. What? The guard could not even deliver her message? Where are you going? Jane wants to visit her friend's shop in the town, and she wants you to go with us, Rod. Town? Ordinarily, I would not mind Fritz joining us, but right now he might just be unnecessary company. He may very well give me away. Rod barely wants to speak with me when it is just the two of us. I doubt Fritz would make him more sociable. I'm assuming that accompanying you is not an option at this point. Yes. Fritz looks down for a moment before looking at Rod. I'm sorry to ask this of you, Your Highness, but since she refuses to let me do so, please look after Princess Skelly in my place. Ridiculous. I do not need to be coddled. Even if I did, Rod couldn't care less if I am hurt. I will do my best. I cannot tell if he's being genuine or not. Fritz bows to the both of us. Stay safe, Prin Skelly. And you, Your Highness. Rod turns and begins to walk away without another word. Come on. Rod is silent as we make our way back to the palace gates. I'm still thinking about what he said to Fritz earlier. Why would Rod agree to Fritz's request? Because he just wanted him to leave? I stare at Rod's back as he walks in front of me. Sometimes I can't figure out what he's thinking. Rod! Skelly! Emmeline beams when she catches sight of us. Are you ready? Rod crosses his arms. He does not look very happy with his sister. Even though Rod is younger, I can't help but think that he often sounds like the older of the two. I'm busy, Emmeline. I can't keep dropping everything whenever you want to leave the palace. I'm sorry, but I really needed some fresh air today. You can get plenty of fresh air on the palace grounds! I felt I needed to be off the palace grounds. Emmeline's face drops as she looks down at the ground. Rod lets out an exacerbated sigh before stepping inside the carriage. Come on. Rod? Just for an hour, okay? Thank you! I'm gonna go take a puff of my inhaler. I soon come to realize that it is easier to walk around town now that everyone has forgotten who I am. The atmosphere around town feels brighter. All the spiteful stares are gone. Princess Emmeline! Oh, how are you doing? Is your wife feeling better? Emmeline has responded to most of the people who know her. She seems to go a good majority of the people in town. I hang back as Emmeline speaks with the man. The night escort hovers somewhere nearby, watching for disturbances. We are going to take longer than an hour if she continues like this. I am not going to rush her. Don't you need to return to the palace to continue whatever work it is that you are doing? Rod raises an eyebrow at me. I do have to get back to my studies, but my family always comes first. If this makes Emmeline happy, then I will gladly come with her to town. It's a small thing. Happy? I look more closely at Emmeline. She is smiling, but then she always smiles. I do not understand. She's more at ease talking to the townspeople sometimes because they don't judge her. Why would she have to worry about being judged? It is clear that everyone adores her. Emily shakes the man's hands in hers as she wishes him well. Rod points out the gesture. See that? That's goodness. You could learn something from my sister. Is goodness pretending to be interested in the lives of strangers? Emily eventually says her goodbyes before walking towards a familiar store. This is the toy shop I visited with Emmeline and Rod before. I glance at Rod and notice the expression on his face. He seems conflicted. But why? But before I can ask, Mom marches in front of me and I decisively pushes open the door. When I enter, Emmeline is already hugging the shopgirl Viorica. Emmeline, you look beautiful as ever. Oh, please, I look the same. You, on the other hand. Emmeline steps back before nodding, a bright smile on her face. Being in love suits you. When is the wedding? Wedding? She's already engaged. I catch a small movement out from the corner of my eyes and turn to glance at Rod. I notice his fingers clench into a fist before he quickly hides his hand behind his back. His expression is as if I notice tenseness in his shoulders. Desmond and I haven't set a date yet, but it should be soon. Would you? Viorica trails off when she notices the rest of us. Hello, Rod? Viorica. His tone is surprisingly static. Last time he was here, I'm sure he sounded friendlier. So what can I help you with, Emmeline? Looking for another doll? Another doll, but Emily is not interested in dolls. Oh no, I'm just here to see you. I can't stay for long since Rod has things to do. Emmeline, I'll wait for you outside. Oh, okay. I know it's my job to follow Emmeline around, but I'm not at all interested in hearing her talk to this girl. Does she even want me here? I think I'll stay with her. Before I can decide what I want to do, Emmeline has turned to look at me with a smile. This is Skelly. She just started working as my personal maid today. It's not like you to make me follow you around. Emmeline's expression quickly becomes apologetic. I'm sorry, I realized I didn't even ask if you wanted to come with us. I just expected you to tag along. Why is she apologizing? I meant to tend to her regardless of where she is, unless she dismisses me. I'm sure Skelly doesn't mind. It's such a beautiful day today after all. Emmeline turns to me and smiles. You don't have to wait with me if you don't want to. I won't be long. I only wanted to see Viorica for a little bit. I haven't been able to see her as often since I've moved. Well, that's to be expected. Princesses shouldn't be associated with shopgirls like me. Viorica has a point. Why does Emmeline insist on this? But you're my best friend. I'm still not accustomed to the fact that I can't just visit you every day. Those were the good old days when we were still neighbors. I'd still live next to you if I could. Do you remember all those games of tag we used to play together when we were children? Remember how Ron... Oh, I accidentally muted myself. Oof. By the time we return to the palace, evening has fallen. I hope we're not late for dinner. The minute the carriage doors open, we're greeted by two familiar faces. Sir Alcaster and Sir Mithros stand before us. Princess Emmeline, Prince Rod, I was on my way to look for you when Sir Mithros informed me of your whereabouts. He glares at the knight escort and the knight shrinks back. Sir Alcaster turns sharply to me afterwards, his eyes narrowed. Why is he looking at me like that? It was getting late and the queen was worried. I'm so sorry. Princess Emmeline, Prince Rod, it's almost time for dinner. Please let me escort you inside. Sir Mithros gestures for them to follow him. I'm about to follow them where Sir Alcaster suddenly moves to block my path. His eyes are cold. He opens his mouth to say something but then closes it and shakes his head. You are dismissed, girl. You may go back to your quarters. But that is an order. Your gaze is piercing. Even when I was a princess, I was not able to stand up to that gaze. Yes, sir. After dinner, I make my way back to the room assigned to me. As I walk down the hall, I notice Rod heading in my direction. Rod? He suddenly grabs my arm and pulls me away down the hall. Oop, where are you taking me? Rod does not answer and just continues moving until we reach an unfamiliar door. What is going on? Rod cuts me off by placing a finger on my lips. He looks around warily before finally pulling me in through the door with him. This place? I've heard of this place before, but I've never seen it. Is this the secret passage that leads into town? Rod does not answer me. He simply keeps walking, and I see no other option but to trail after him. How is it that you know of this place? He still refuses to answer. Are you deaf? Rod suddenly stops in a bump into his back. I stumble back with a scowl. You ask too many questions. Because you refuse to answer any of them. I glare back at him until Rod makes an exacerbated sound. Lady Parfait is the one who told me about this passage. It makes sneaking out of the palace easier. Parfait? She did not give me any explanation as to how she knew of this place. There are only meant to be 2 copies of the keys. The king has one and Sir Alcaster has the other. Then why do you have a key? Don't tell me you stole it from the king. I am not a thief. Lady Parfait also has a copy. She saw fit to provide me with a key for my own use. What? How does Parfait have a key to this place? You'll have to ask her that yourself. Once we step into town, I realize where it is that we are headed. We are going back to the Marchen. Delora is the first person we see as soon as we enter the Marchen. Well, well, look who the cat dragged in. Delora, you! Rod's glare silences me. He steps forward and points back at me, gaze icy. She is not staying at the palace. What? Delora raises an eyebrow. Why is that? She works there now. I do not know what game you are playing, but I will not be part of it. Excuse me? This is not a game. I do not want you meddling in my life as you meddled with hers. The room's temperature drops several degrees. Delora stares at Rod, her expression suddenly lacking any emotion. With all due respect, Your Highness, I do not want to meddle with your wallowing. But just because you do not wish to break your own curse doesn't mean that others shouldn't want to either. I'm gonna take another puff of my inhaler. You should be humbled that our princess here thought you would be able to help her. Rod raises an eyebrow. Where is Lady Parfait? Of course you want to talk to Parfait because she puts things nicely. Fine, I'll fetch her for you. Delora curtsies as she sweeps out of the room. Rod sighs. He clearly looks irritated, but he doesn't put a voice to his agitation. Now that we're alone in the empty room, the silence is deafening. And so I ask him the question that has bothered me since we came here. Hold on. I'm going to look at the guide. So, it says, I believe this is the correct answer. The further away you are from my family, the better. I glare at him. Your reaction is completely unwarranted. I'm trying to make up for what I've done in the past. Only because you are being forced to. Why should that make any difference? Besides, I am still willing to help you break your curse, even though it appears you do not want to. I do not realize the anger inside of me at first, but then I notice that my hands are fists and that I am shaking. You are angry at me for treating your family with unkindness, and yet you do not treat me with any respect or kindness either. Excuse me? I realize that this is the angriest I've felt in a long time, and it makes the words fall out of my mouth. You are guilty of the same disrespect you hold me accountable for. We are both being cruel to family, aren't we? Rod's eyes are ablaze as he stalks towards me. He stops right in front of me, his mouth pressed into a firm line. As you are so fond of telling Emmeline, we do not share any blood. The only thing pulling us together is the king, and do not share his morals. Remember this, you will never be part of my family. And I will never see you as a sister. Rod storms out of the reception area just as Delora enters. Sorry, looks like Parfait wasn't in. She pauses and then gives me a wry smile. Seems this partnership is going well. I throw my hands up in anger. He is infuriating. Not as helpful as you thought? I was surprised you were asking for his help in the first place. All I have been doing today is following around Emmeline, and he still finds reason to snap at me. In his eyes, I can do nothing right, even though I am making an honest effort to break my curse. Delora eyes me as she slides down into a chair. Has he told you anything about his curse? Nothing useful. Delora sighs. Boys can be so secretive about the silliest things. Rod has been aware of how to break his curse from the very beginning. Then why hasn't he broken it? I have no idea. I think the only other person who knows the full terms and conditions of Rod's curse is Parfait. Parfait? Parfait has known Rod for a while. She convinced him to keep coming to the marching even though he gave up on breaking his curse. Parfait also thinks that working with you will convince Rod to try finding another way to break his curse. Another way? Don't ask me, I don't know much about his curse either. But if you keep trying, you might convince Rod to talk. I doubt that very much. It seems that all I'm doing is convincing Rod that I do not deserve to break my own curse. Delora looks at me curiously for a few moments, then she grins. I have an idea. If it is another terrible idea... Oh no, this one's much better. I'll just stick around with you. You know, watch out for you. What? Delora, watch out for me. I'm surprised when Delora suddenly stands before me in her doll form. There's no way you and Rod are going to sort yourself out without some kind of help, so I'll be tagging along. It's much easier when I'm travel size, Why do I feel like she'll only be making things worse? Come on, then. Delora somehow managed to jump into the front pocket of my apron, which is thankfully large enough to fit her doll body. Let's go find us a prince and get ourselves back to the palace. Okay. Alright. So, since a new chapter came out, and I kind of forgot to do a break during the last one, I'm going to go do an intermission. And to, like, you know, take a break, you know, walk around, do the autism things. But yeah, I shall return in a few minutes. Alright, y'all, I am back. Ebolinian. Maggie Moog is still here. Hello. Hello, Notabot. I hope you're doing well. My throat kind of hurts. Since I was narrating the whole story this whole time. But anyway, let us continue narrating. Oops. Oh God. Sorry, guess no more cat. Guess we can't really like do any more for a cat thing. 'Cause it dropped. Oh then. Guess I now gotta put this away. Alright. It's been more than a week since Rod and I returned to the Marchant. He's been avoiding me ever since that day. Now that we have much cause to be around each other nowadays, I am constantly on my feet preparing for Emmeline's ball. This is ridiculous. Better to be busy than bored, princess. I stopped for a moment to better balance the pile of fabrics that I am carrying. One of the maids has ordered me to bring this to a designated room so that it can be sorted out. I'm being reduced to fetching and carrying. And I have made no progress on accomplishing my first good deed. I thought that simply following orders from the other maids will help me get my first good deed. I feel a shuffling in my pocket and then I notice Delora peeking her porcelain face out. Better to obey rather than disobey at least. You're not going to get a good deed being stubborn. Anyway, you've got to put yourself out there is a bit more, princess. You can't just do whatever is convenient for you. That's not good. Delora has been no help at all. Wait, I recognize this place. Isn't this where your room is? I stopped in front of the door to my old bedroom. Ever since I came here, I have been ignoring this room, not wanting to see what the king did to it during my absence. Do you not want to go in? Why should I? It's not as if it's my room anymore. Oh, you're no fun. Aren't you curious about how it's changed? I would be lying if I said I wasn't. I guess a little peek wouldn't hurt. I step into the room and close the door behind me. Huh? It's like stepping into the past. The room is exactly as I left it. It seems completely untouched. Moments later, Delora is in her human form. Oh, god damn it. I just realized. There we go. It looks like somebody's been dusting in here. Strange, considering no one should remember who this room even belongs to. I glance around, eyes wide. Everything looks the same. I put the fabrics that I am carrying down on my bed and make my way to the shelf where my dolls are displayed. My eyes paused on a specific doll. This one was not here before. Delora raises an eyebrow. Maybe you just don't remember that one because she wasn't very memorable? You do have a lot of dolls after all. No, I know each of my dolls by name. This one is definitely new. She looks very similar to the dolls I saw at Viorica's shop. I quickly turn off the sound of the doorknob. My eyes move to Delora, but she has already turned into a doll and tucked herself into a corner of the shelf with the rest of my dolls. Emily stands in the doorway, eyeing me curiously. Skelly, what are you doing here? I made a mistake and thought I was supposed to bring these fabrics here. I hope she does not see through my lie. Emily shakes her head, smiling. It's not your fault. You're still getting used to the palace and its many rooms. I got lost here all the time when I first arrived too. This room is interesting though. Father expressly ordered that it be kept clean but otherwise undisturbed. Why would he say that? He won't say why, but apparently this room is very special to him. Maybe it belonged to someone he cherished. Cherished? What a joke. Still, I cannot help but feel hope at her suggestion. I don't think Father would like either of us being in here. We should leave soon. I only came here to put a ribbon on one of the dolls. One of the dolls? Yes, I've put one of my dolls here. She walks past me to pick up the doll I did not recognize. I bought this. I know Elaine always visited Viorica, but I did not think she liked dolls. She always preferred receiving and buying books. So why does she have this doll? Do you like dolls? Well, I mean, I don't mind them, but I don't usually buy them for myself, no. So why did you buy this one? Emily looks at the doll with a sad smile and shakes her head. I'm not sure. I bought this as a gift, I remember that much. I was going to give it to someone who liked dolls. Someone I wanted to befriend. I don't know why, but it feels right to leave the doll here until I can remember whom I was meant to give her to. Emily is silent for a moment before she turns to me with a bright smile. I know you have a delivery to make, but could you come with me to the palace entrance first? Mother is still busy talking with the cook, so the fabrics can wait. I resist the urge to glare at her. She better not be dragging me around to do yet more errands. I'm expecting a delivery. I might need your help. I thought so. I have no choice but to nod. Of course. I begrudgingly follow Emmeline towards the entrance. And there I see the delivery carriage. A familiar person stands beside it. Viorica! Emily pulls Viorica into a tight hug. I turn my attention away to glare at the number of boxes at the back of the carriage. I will no doubt have to help carry them inside. How are the preparations for the ball coming? Emily just smiles, seems forced at first, but then eases into something softer. It's going well, I suppose. How about the wedding? Jessamine and I have finalized the date. It will be 2 days after your ball. I can't wait to see you in your wedding dress. You two always talk so much when they get together. I ignore their chatter as I walk up to the carriage to observe the boxes piled inside. What's in the boxes? Oh! Viorica reaches out to grab one. She hands it to me. I'm helping with the ball decorations. I came by with part of the order today. Part of it? Careful, it's a bit heavy. I take the box from her hands and nearly stumble. This is heavy! Emily should have the male servants do this. Queen Ophelia placed quite the large order. I brought the more fragile decorations first. Oh, the glass baubles and vases? I grit my teeth as I shift the box in my arms in an attempt to make it easier to hold. I thought you worked at a toy shop. Yes, but we also have aisles dedicated specifically to party decorations. Ooh. What kind of toy shop is that? Skelly, will you be alright? I feel annoyance simmer within me. I am obviously not alright. Emily reaches out to help me with the box, but she is too late. I have only taken one step forward when the box slides and I stumble. I manage to cradle it in my arms, but its weight is too much for me. Before I hit the ground, I feel strong arms around my waist, pulling me back upright. The box is taken from me. Oh! It's him! My heart and mind are racing, and for a moment I cannot comprehend what had just happened. Are you alright? Rod? I glance to the side and I'm shocked to see Rod standing there. The expression on his face gives nothing away, but with our close distance I can see some flicker of emotion in his bright eyes. Concern? I am... Skelly, I'm so sorry, are you okay? Rod pushes me and I stumble forward, almost tripping on the ground. He raises an eyebrow at me. Know your limits. Let's stay silent. I clench my fists and take a deep breath to try and calm myself. I will not stoop to his level. He is the one being cruel here, not me. You shouldn't have stubbornly tried to carry something that was too heavy for you. I will not take responsibility if you get hurt. Rod, you shouldn't be angry with her for trying to help me. It was my fault for giving her something so heavy. Viorica, what are you doing here? Rod's voice is still cold, but Viorica looks startled by his tone. I only came to deliver some of the decorations for the ball. And you thought Emmelange and her maid could carry these things on their own? Rod, this is not her fault. I am the one who chose to bring Skelly with me. I underestimated the size of the delivery. Viorica was just delivering the supplies. At least she admits her mistake. I never thought Rod would be so stubborn. Emmelange's expression softens as she looks at her brother. She looks sad. Rod ignores her and picks up the box that I had been carrying. He begins to walk away before he suddenly stops and glances back at me. Come on. Rod? We're going to call some servants to carry these boxes in. He turns around and begins to walk away. I am Emmelange's personal maid, not his. I glance at Emmelange, who nods her head. I really am so sorry. Thank you for helping my brother. I curtsy ever so slightly before running after Rod. Rod, wait. He picks up his pace as if trying to lose me. I turn the corner and barely stop myself before running right into Rod's back. What now? Why are you so angry at me today? I barely even spoken to you. Your mere presence is enough to darken my mood. I glare at him and cross my arms. Funny, you call me cruel, but right now you are worse than I ever was. I don't need someone who hasn't managed a single good deed to lecture me. I have to try very hard to resist the urge to slap him. You know, like slap chop? Up or something? You are supposed to help me get a good deed. As I said before, I never agreed to this. I still refuse to help you. Rod starts walking again and I hurry after him. I cannot help but recall how cold he was with Viorica earlier. I thought they were friends, but he treated her like this at the toy shop too. Why were you so angry with Viorica earlier? No reason? I raise an eyebrow when Rod quickly answers the question. Then you are cold for no reason. You have such a princely disposition. Rod frowns but has no rebuttal for my words. You must be generally cold and unfriendly. Excuse me? That would explain why you treated Viorica as you did. I had thought that you two were childhood friends. Viorica was always closer with Emmelange than with me. We have been friendly once, but we've since become distant. Distant? It is none of your business. I pause as we pass by my door, remembering that I had left both the fabrics and Delora inside. I make my way toward the door and open it. What are you doing? None of your business! Enjoyed your field trip? I frown when I see her sitting on my bed in human form. What would you have done if it wasn't me? Us witches have a sense for these things. Delora? Rod slowly enters the room. It's nice to see you here, Lady Delora. Nice to see you too, little Sebby. Why are you here? Delora shrugs as she inspects her nails. I thought I would help the princess here since someone doesn't seem very willing. Rod furrows his brows at her. I didn't. Yes, I know you didn't sign up for this. But do you really think you have a choice, Rod? Delora looks at Rod pointedly. You know the consequences if this fails. Rod looks away, expression conflicted. Consequences? What are you talking about? Consequences for not helping me with my curse? Rod sighs heavily before turning back to Delora. He does not pay attention to me. I am not the right person for this. Doesn't matter what you think, the princess thought you were, so suck it up and do your job! Oh god. Rod is silent for a few months before he finally faces me, looking resigned. I will help you then, but don't expect me to change my opinions of you. I shrug at him. It's not like I was expecting you to in the first place. Delora grins with clear triumph. Good talk. Rod sighs. In order to achieve your good deeds, you're going to need to mend what you broke before. I feel I already know what he's going to say. My sister has always wanted to be your friend, so you must do just that. Show her kindness and you may be able to get your first good deed through her. Show her kindness, huh? Delora decides to stay in my room for the time being, saying that she believes Rod will be able to help me for now. Later, I make my way to the dining room with the fabrics and see Emmelange and Ophelia inside. Skelly! Ah, I see you have the fabric, thank you. Ophelia takes the topmost sample of fabric and begins to inspect it as Emmelange walks up to me. Where's Rod? He returned to his studies. Oh, right, he has history lessons today, and I am yet to finish my history homework, which is due tomorrow! As Emmelange muses aloud, I ponder what Rod told me earlier. I must become Emmelange's friend, but is that really a good deed? I hope Rod didn't send the servants out before he went back to his room. I wanted to tell him that Bjorka and I already called on guards to bring the boxes inside. Maybe he decided to start his lessons earlier so that he could make your dance lesson this evening. Dance lesson? Father wanted to hire the best dance instructor in NGL, but honestly I feel more comfortable with Rod teaching me. He's a good dancer, so Father has allowed it. That's a surprise. I did not know Rod could dance. He used to prefer singing, but then Ophelia trails off. I know that she is talking about the fairy tale curse, but I do not expect her to divulge such information to a maid like myself. He decided to focus on his dancing for the next few months. Ophelia glances down at the fabrics, then looks up and smiles at me. Skelly, would you mind helping me with this? I obediently walk over to the fabrics Ophelia wants me to look through. They are apparently samples for the tablecloths that will be used during the ball. This is going to be a long day. Rod comes immediately to the throne room after his history lessons to start on his dance lessons with Emmelange. I am only standing here because it is my responsibility as her personal maid to watch over her as she practices. I watch as she steps out of rhythm and Rod sighs at her. You're doing it wrong. That's the 10th time. Sorry. Again. They start from the beginning and I'm unable to stifle my own sigh when Emmelange messes up the same step again. This would make the 11th time. I really am terrible at this. Would you rather have the royal dance instructor teach you? He has more experience teaching than I do. Oh no, I really do want you to teach me, Rod. I'm sorry that I'm such a slow learner. You were always good at everything. Singing, dancing, cooking. Prince Rod cooks? Yes, Rod does cook. He's very good at it. You didn't have to tell her that. At M. Does it really matter? I love bragging about how talented my little brother is. I see a tinge of pink in Rod's cheeks as he turns away. Is he embarrassed? Emmelange looks down at the floor, her smile smaller. I wish I was as talented as you, Rod. I always thought Emmelange was overly optimistic. She always seemed to bounce back with a smile no matter how many times I pushed her away. Now I cannot help but reconsider that thought. Still, seeing her like this only irritates me. Pitying yourself will get you nowhere. Not everyone can be perfect at everything when they first start out. Oop. I remember when Mother gave me similar lessons. She was always such a harsh teacher and hated when I showed weakness in front of her. She made me keep practicing until I had perfected whatever it was she wanted me to do. Failure was never an option. I never had time for self-pity. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself, just try harder. Let failure inspire you to do better. Skelly, that was... She's right. Instead of complaining, I should be working harder. I let out an exasperated sigh and crossed my arms. You always look at your feet whenever you reach the underarm turn. Instead, focus on counting your steps and let Prince Rod lead you. Worrying too much on your next step is what puts you off rhythm. Emmeline stares at me. Can you dance? I can. Why? Wow, that's amazing. There's nothing amazing about my being able to dance. Her praise makes me embarrassed regardless. Maybe I could learn faster seeing someone else do the dance first. Oh god, Em, what are you talking about? It might be easier to copy the steps if I have someone perform them first. She turns to me suddenly, eyes bright. Would you help me? I am meant to assist Emmeline in any way that I can, but dancing with her brother? Surely a lily maid would not be doing this. Let's accept. Well, if I do accept, at least I can prove that I am the better dancer than Rod. Besides, I am supposed to be listening to Emmeline, no matter how absurd her requests are. If that is what you want. Really? Emmeline pushes up to me and takes my hand in hers. Thank you. I thought it might be an awkward request, but I'm so happy you agreed to this. I turn to look at Rod, who is glowering at me. I am not dancing with her. She might step on my feet. Emmeline gives him a disapproving look. Rod, please. Rod eyes me warily. I step toward him and offer my hand. Shall we? Rod scowls at me for a few moments before finally taking my hand. Oh? This is awkward. I put my hand on his shoulder and he places his hand on the small of my back. Rod looks at me but quickly averts his gaze. Is something wrong? I didn't think I would ever have to dance with you is all. Neither did I. Rod looks at me again. This time he has an uncomfortable scowl on his face. He's not the only uncomfortable one here. We both start dancing and I mentally start counting the steps. It has been a long time since I last danced with anyone, but the steps come to me naturally. The dance is rather simple. While Rod and I move stiffly, I can't help but notice his careful footwork. I realize that Rod is a pretty decent dancer. Of course, I would never admit that. When we stop, I hear Emmeline clapping her hands as she looks at the both of us in awe. You really are a good dancer. Thank you so much for showing me the steps. Now I know for sure what to do during that part. I just shrug at her before stepping back into the corner. Emmeline takes her position in front of Rod once more. This time she has a bright smile on her face. I cannot believe something as simple as that made her so happy. At the end of the day, Emmeline has managed to do the steps correctly. She tells me many times how grateful she is for the help. After practice, I return to my room and retire to bed. I think about how happy Emmeline was. How can such small things make a person so happy? You stepped out of rhythm again. But mother, this is really hard. A princess never complains. You must perfect this waltz by tomorrow, otherwise I will not allow you to play with your dolls for the day. But if you have time for objections, then you have time to push yourself harder. Now, once again from the top. Alright. So I think I'm going to end this here, as it's getting close to 5, and all the talking makes me, like, my throat hurts, and I'm getting pretty hungry. So I'm going to end stream here. So, kind of like... So, to kind of like explain what I'm planning on doing. basically, the thing I want to do is that my birthday is on Sunday, which is a day I usually do not go live. However, I do plan on going live that day. I don't know how long or possibly when I'm going to, be live. However, one thing I do know is that I want to spend my 21st birthday with y'all. Of course, there is some things that I probably need to do, beforehand. I don't know if my parents have any gifts that they prepared for me. Because technically my birthday presents were taken care of with 2 of the set figures that I have. That my mom got me a month or 2 ago. But I plan on assembling my B127 figure on that day, and probably doing some art as well. I'll figure out what to do when I make my schedule, but this is probably going to be like one of the few times I ever stream on a weekend. Pretty much only because my birthday is happening and I want to spend some of my birthday with y'all. So, yeah. I'm gonna be here on Sunday. I'm not sure what time, but probably like around 1 p.m. EST. I plan on working. I'm going to figure out my schedule tonight and try to post it either tonight or tomorrow. But yeah, I'm gonna go make myself some food because I'm hungry. So I shall be seeing y'all on Sunday. Bye, y'all.